April 6th, 2024. It's about 1:11, and I want to welcome everybody to Project JFK CSI Dallas Presents The Journey, uh, the April 2024 meeting. We're going to have some special guests today talk to us about the JFK assassination, the research that is going on, and where we're going to. And I also want to make some announcements at the start here, so that way you guys know what's happening in and around what's going on with Project JFK. All right. I'm going to do a share screen here real quick, and we're going to... God, I hate it when sometimes you have it pulled up and then something changes, but here we go. All right. You can find everything that's going on with Project JFK CSI Dallas at projectjfk.com. I want to point out the fact on our homepage, we have several supporters in our group, and they donate to our cause by a donation through PayPal. No matter what the size is, large or small, people that have donated are on our list. You can find them, and we thank them for one-time donations and also for recurring donations that they do monthly or every so often. So I want to put out there that this is what helps keep the project going with our website, research, and what we are doing. So if you like the shows that we're bringing to you live and also on our replay of our YouTube channel and our website, please think about donating on that. And if you want to find out the replays from our journey meetings, you can find those under the events tab. You can scroll down to find videos from previous meetings. You can also find the chat log. There's a lot of great and sometimes interesting information that's shared in there. You can find all the chat logs, download those as a text file. And if you want to take us on the go, take us on a MP3 download you can play on your phone, your device, in your car. I want to point out the fact that we are less than a week away now. You can find this information under the Student Symposium at JCCC. This is the Project JFK CSI Dallas, in association with the JFK Historical Group, presents a student symposium studying the assassination of JFK, RFK, MLK Jr. And when we say student, we are talking about not only the college that we're holding it at, but we're also talking about any student of history, and that could be of any age. We're going to have special guest speakers, myself, Casey Quinlan, Brian Edwards, David Denton, Larry Rivera, our keynote speaker, Doug Horne, Beverly Sadowski, Ryan Jones, Ed Tatro, and Mal Hyman. Everybody will be in person. As of right now, I've not had anybody tell me that they are not showing up. Mal is our only presenter that will be on Zoom. Everybody else will be live and in person. You can also find more details on our website. The date of this is April 12th through the 13th, 2024. This is a little typo here, but on Friday, I've added an extra hour. We're going to go from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. On Friday, that's on Friday. On Saturday, we will go from 9 to 5. This is going to be held at the Johnson County Community College. I do want to point out that this event is not sponsored nor endorsed by JCCC. Project JFK CSI Dallas is fully and solely responsible for this event and the views expressed within. A little disclaimer I have to point out there. This is going to be in the Craig Community Auditorium. Student prices are $5 a day in person at the door. $10 for the full event on Zoom. The general public, it's $50. That's the full event in person, or if you choose to watch it on Zoom. Now, I want to let you guys know that plenty of tickets are still available. They are starting to pick up. Usually that happens at our events the week before. So if you do not want to miss out on this, please join us, whether it's in person or whether it's here on the internet. So you can find information on there. There's also a map that shows you where the building is and where the best parking spot is to get to this. We also have elevators for those who are challenged walking stairs. It's only up one flight, but one flight of stairs is one flight of stairs. Hotels and restaurants nearby, you can find that here on the website. The program guide and the schedule says files coming soon. The moment that I get everybody's title which I'm going to put this as a plea out to all of our speakers. If you have not emailed me your bio or your photograph and the title of your presentation, please get that done before Monday. I will also be sending out an email, and make sure that you send me your PowerPoint presentation if you're going to use one. That way I can have it already loaded on the computer. We are jam-packed with our schedule. I'm going to show that here in just a second. But we're not going to have a lot of time to go back and forth between machines, flash drives. I want to make this as streamlined and as easy as possible for our speakers as well as our audience. Our countdown is 5 days and 19 hours. So if you have not signed up, do not miss out. I will show you our schedule here real quick. That way you kind of have the schedule times are pretty well set, but I want to go ahead and let people know what that is. Okay, we're going to have opening remarks by myself at 9 o'clock in the morning. Between 9:10 and 10:30, I'm going to be doing a JFK and RFK 101 presentation. Beverly Sadowski is going to be covering the RFK assassination, suppression, destruction of evidence, unanswered questions. 11:30, Ryan Jones, the MLK assassination. Between 12:30 and 1 o'clock, I have an open spot, but it's open to the fact that I haven't put Casey in there, but I think I'm going to put him or myself into that location, or that speaking time. Between 1 and 2, we're going to do lunch. You can do that on your own, on campus or off campus. We have a lot of good quality restaurants in the area. Between 2 and 3, Mel Hyman will be speaking on Zoom. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, David Denton. Between 4 and 5, Doug Horne's first presentation, the two brain exams. That's going to be going on at 4 to 5 o'clock. Brian Edwards is going to wrap us up between 5 and 6. We will kick off Saturday morning bright and early with our buddy Ed Tatro. Casey Quinlan will be going on between 10 and 11. Brian will go on between 11 and 12. Between 12 and 1, we will have lunch. Now, I do want to say that some of the food court at the campus will be closed. There will still be some food options, some grab-and-go items. And if not, there's always, like I say, the restaurants across the street to the north and to the east of us. Larry Rivera will be covering his presentation between 1 and 2. 2 to 3, 30 and 90-minute presentation by Doug Horne, the JFK skull x-rays. I will be coming back on at 3:30 to 4:30. And then between 4:30 and 5, we're going to do wrap-up and closing remarks. This schedule will be posted just as soon as I have everybody's presentation, and I'll be working on that between now and tomorrow. So you guys can have this, download it, and then the program guide will be on there as well with the speaker bios, their photographs, and so on. So I want to also point out, let me see if I have David Denton in the room. I do not, but he is supposed to stop in if he has some open time today. I want to let you guys know that this is not the only conference we're going to be doing this year. We have already, and David has put this out on social media. You can also find this on the JFK Historical Group website. We are going to Dallas. We are putting on the 61st anniversary of the Warren Commission. That's going to be this year. And then there's also some other anniversaries of this year that we're going to be speaking on. We're going to be covering JFK, RFK, and MLK. Those details will be coming out on the website. I'll be putting up the paid tabs, so you'll want to get your tickets early for that. And those details you'll find on his website. And then we'll also have it on our website as well. So be sure to save the date. We are going to be doing this on, looks like, I believe the 21st, 22nd, and 23rd of November. So we will be in Dallas on the 22nd. Those, like I say, those details can be found on the website. So today what we're going to talk about is where we're at in the research of the JFK assassination and why this still matters. We are trying to break this down into an easy format for novice researchers that have never looked at this. This is one of my main ideas of having this symposium at the Johnson County Community College. We have to take the conference out of Dallas and move it to where the students are, where the younger generation is. Let's face it, everybody, we are getting older. Hell, I'm hitting 50 this year. I know some of you other guys and gals are hitting ages older than me. This is important to get the younger researchers involved. We do not want this topic and this research to die with us. We have 2 official findings, but we also know that with the documents coming out that we don't have the whole story. That's why we're still doing what we're doing. That's why we meet monthly here. That's why we do conferences every year. So I felt it was important to get this in front of the students. We have students that do show up in Dallas, especially from Albany Central College, where David Denton teaches at, but it's a handful. And with the students that are involved at the college that I attend, there's considerably more students, and some students either have not known about this or have not taken the time to research. So it still matters what we're doing, and we have to reinvigorate ourselves. These meetings monthly with doing it on Zoom helps with that throughout the year, but getting in front of, an audience and having the audience all gather together and get that mesh of ideas. Sometimes the best points of having a conference is not sitting in the conference room itself. It's building relationships, it's networking, and it's also spending that time at the bar, having a few beers or drinks of libation and discussing what we're all working on or what we have questions of. This is why we do what we do. So I want to again invite everybody to come to Kansas City, whether it's in person or on Zoom, and also come to Dallas. Just because we do a conference yearly in Dallas, does that mean that we don't have new information? Of course not. We have new information. Research continues throughout the year, and we have to talk about that. And some of the best minds in the community will be there in Dallas, Texas. They will be there in Overland Park, Kansas next week. So again, I want to point that out that tickets are still available. Show up, support not only us, but support the fact of, students will, especially the students that seem to be at the college that I've met, they're inquisitive minds. They want to know more. And all you have to do is simply ask a question. Do you understand the JFK assassination? What do you know about the JFK assassination or RFK or MLK? And I guarantee you they're going to have questions for you. So as older researchers, we're kind of like a bunch of little Elmers here of walking around and, getting these younger people involved, getting them to take a look at the evidence that we have. We know this topic. We know it like the back of our hand, but they don't. So we have to get them involved in this. All right. Sorry about that. I'm going to turn this over to Casey Quinlan and see if he has some things he wants to tell us and what he's working on. Casey?
Thanks, David. First of all, I want to make sure you can hear me.
Yep, we've got you. We can see you and we can hear you.
I know last week Larry Schnapp had a rough time trying to see me because I had ghost images all over, but it's it's one of those things. So anyway, I'm going to point out a couple things for you guys and at least give some acclamations to one of my colleagues, which is David Knight. David has taken this whole thing on in Kansas City, and I think it's superb what he has done. And is he getting a grade for this? Well, yeah, he is getting a grade. And I need to let you know that David is on the President's Honor Roll, and not only President's Honor Roll, but he's been on 2 or 3 honor rolls with 4.0 or above. And I think this is superb. A lot of his teachers there and and professors are wondering why this man is coming back, trying and being like almost 50 years old. And he says, I can do all this stuff. I just have to have the paper that basically says I am a graduate. Okay. I went to this university. This is what I did. And I have a feeling that if he keeps doing what he's doing, he won't be out teaching at the high school level. He'll be teaching right there at that junior college. And we appreciate all the things that he has done. And any of you who have put on any type of conference or symposium knows that the challenge is to try to get this together, and especially in this day and age when you have really very little money to go out. And I want to thank all of those people who are coming into Kansas City uh, on their own dime, that we will try to take care of you the best that we possibly can. And I've tried to set up some places to eat, and that may be on your own dime too. But I know a lot of people will like some barbecue in Kansas City, and we've got a beautiful place to go to on Friday night, and then Saturday. We know that people are going to do some imbibing and maybe some alcoholic drinks. So we've got a good place to go to that with some food. So we're going to try to take care of that particular atmosphere. But again, I want to thank David Knight, and also I want to thank David Denton, because without those two people, we wouldn't have the organization plus the money and the power to try to put this program on. And it does quite a bit to substantiate not only our program and the programs that you guys have been involved in for, most of you, well over 50 or 60 years. And I want to give a shout out to Craig Bozarth, all the work that he's done. And I definitely want to pat Larry Schnapp on the back, because we don't have too many lawyers that are actually doing work for us as an organization. I know we have handfuls of lawyers, but at the same time, Larry is one of those individuals that is in our corner and is going to be doing the very best for us. And then one last person, and I want to pat this guy on the back, is Doug Horne. I'm in the process. Hi, Doug. I'm in the process of almost finishing the final analysis. And one of the reasons I got the book was because of David Mantic. And I know Jerome Corsi. He and I don't really get along. We argue back and forth. But then again, you know what? Hey, I've argued back and forth with some of the other researchers there too. And even if we don't get along with these people, I want to read them to find out exactly what they're putting down. And I want to give a 5-star rating to this book, David Mantic's book, and Jerome Corsi's book, The Final Analysis. Part of the reason I got it was because of Doug Horne's entrance. He wrote the entry to this entire thing, but I'm telling you, it is a very good book. It synthesizes all of the material and information, you as researchers, but at the same time, he puts it into some sort of semblance and order, which makes really good sense. And not only that, there's new information inside there. And I just want to point that out. And all of us are reading all different types of books. I also want to point out the brand new book that is just recently got out, was called Admitted Assassin. And I have both of these right here in front of me. Admitted Assassin right here. I don't know if you can see that, and I'm not even, okay. Admitted Assassin, then Final Analysis. And there's the ghost image. I see that right there. But anyway, guys, we all do research, and I'm gonna finish with one little story. I'm obviously I taught high school and middle school for 45 years, and I'm currently back in line as a substitute teacher in the greater Kansas City area. And when I get in as a substitute, I have to follow the rules and regulations of whatever substitute teacher I have to cover. And but I also find a way to bring out the research of our organization, Project JFK, and I represent all of you when I do this in the classroom. The other day, I had an extra 10 minutes to talk to students, and I got all their attention. And these were 7th grade kids. But I had all their attention, and I was talking about two individuals that were filming in Dealey Plaza. I didn't really mention too much about the name of John F. Kennedy as president of the United States. My basic assumption was that most of the students knew this. Oh boy, don't assume anything. Okay, but I had these kids eating out of my hand. I had their attention. And then as I'm explaining both of these films, and I can't show any of these films in school. They will not let us show these films in school. They don't let us talk about Second Amendment rights. Okay, so we have problems in our school system. But I'd say 5 minutes into this, these kids were just munching out of my hand. And then one little girl in the front row says, you know, Mr. Q, this is a fantastic thing that you're presenting here. She goes, who's JFK? And I just about, my eye teeth about fell out. And I said, you don't cover JFK in your history. And she says, no, we don't. And I said, I know you don't, because I've already been through your history books. And it used to be that they would say in your history books that the assassin was Lee Harvey Oswald. And then toward the end of the 1990s, maybe into the millennium, they would start to say in the books and on the computers that the alleged assassin was Lee Harvey Oswald. Okay, now they've wiped out any reference to JFK in the Cold War. And I looked at the history books and the things that were online, and it's almost like he didn't exist. And I'm sitting there going, man, are we losing our history? Are we getting it rewritten, or is it covered up because of, you know, whatever, 60 years old, it's ancient history. So not only do we have our work cut out for us, we have to get into that particular level and save all the research that you guys have done, because it is excellent research. And as a teacher, I am still going to continue to do that. But I want to thank everybody for being online today, and come to Kansas City. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Casey. I know that you know, of course, I have, you know, a middle school kid, and I also have a high school kid now. My oldest, she graduated already, but you're right. It's almost the fact of, you know, history is taught in a different way from when I was in school, probably when all of us were in school. It was more current back then. It hadn't reached that 50-year or 60-year age. Obviously, they still talk about the founding fathers. I know I'm in a history class right now, and hey, I got an A, but I'm struggling to keep that damn grade, just because the exams are pretty damn tough in college. But the point is I'd like to throw in there on Casey's point. You know, it's so detrimental to get the younger kids involved, because they're not teaching this as part of the curriculum. It's not the fact that it's not important. It's, you know, they can only stuff so much history into one volume per year of class. And unfortunately, probably because of, you know, the conspiracy and everything about the JFK assassination, it's not looked upon as something that they want to, you know, spend a lot of time on. You know, they'll talk about Washington, they'll talk about Adams or Jefferson, Lincoln, but, you know, JFK gets missed. So it's
Dave,
important that we bring it out. Go ahead, Larry.
It's not only what's going on now. Even if they were teaching history, history is no longer what it was when we were young. History is not a unbiased, objective account of what happened. It is the views of the author who is writing the book or the lesson book. And a prime example that I just learned recently, I was reading Max Holland's book, Blind Over Cuba, which was about the missile crisis. He was focusing on what they called the photo gap, which is the period of time in September leading to early October when we were not flying any U-2 accounts. When people started writing about the missile crisis in the 80s and 90s, you have to understand who the person is whose book you're reading, because they have an account, they have a bias, and they will be presenting a viewpoint. It's not a historically objective account. They make interpretations, they weigh different evidence to advance a theory that they're trying to support. So on one hand, it may be good the kids aren't being taught, and it leaves us the ability to teach them. But this is also to all of the people in this room here. When you're reading history books, it's really important for you to understand the viewpoint of the person who's writing the book that you're reading. Because I don't agree with everything Max Holland says, for example, but some of the things that he revealed, people that were trying to support the view of what happened, the official story, ignored a lot of evidence. So it's just important to, history is written by the winners, they say, and that there's a lot of truth in that statement.
Well, thank you, Larry. I also want to point out the fact that with the idea that, you know, certain history is taught and certain history is not, if the next generation or the younger generation, if they can't understand the history and what took place in history, especially in the 1960s, which was a turbulent decade, then they can't understand what's going on today. History doesn't repeat itself; it echoes. It comes back in another form. And some people say it does repeat. Well, it repeats in the fact of, you know, it comes around again, but it's got that echo of, you know, we've seen this before, or we've seen something like it, and it changes just a little bit. So without doing what we do, and, you know, talking to the younger generation and showing these programs that we do, they're not going to know. I mean, they're going to be trusted by the fact of, you know, what their parents teach them. And unfortunately, in this day and age, some parents are like, you know, jetpack parents. You have your helicopter parents that will circle around their kids and try to, you know, they homeschool, or they teach them things. And then the jetpack ones are the ones that just, they don't have time. And I understand busy lives, careers, you know, things that they want to do as well. But I think the sad part about it is we're raising a group of generation of young people that don't understand what, you know, is important. And you have to know your history to know what's going on in the world around you. So I do want to point out, I like to support people that are in our group. I got an email from Bob, and he's doing something as well. I think you're doing it next weekend as well, Bob. Is that correct?
Sorry, you caught me with my earphones off. The 20th.
The 20th. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to compete with yours, and I say
Bob is understating what he's doing.
Well, Bob, I want you to give us the lowdown on what you're doing. It doesn't conflict with our date, but it's right after. So tell us about it, Bob.
When I referred to the conflict, I was just being deferential and tongue-in-cheek to you guys, because obviously my event is 1,000 miles away. Let me see. I'm just trying to collect my thoughts to be brief. And I go back to the generation of the esteemed Gary Shaw, who's joined us today, and I want to say hello to Gary. So I got involved in the late 60s, early 70s with the Committee to Investigate Assassinations. And I started doing some work with Richard Sprague and Gary and Penn Jones and Mark Lane and others. And through a series of events that was unexpected, I ended up putting together a presentation. And what I remind you all of as you think of history, and regardless of what age group you're in, this was 1969 and 1970. So there were no personal computers. There was no digital video. There was none of the tools that we take for granted today. So my media was 35 millimeter slides and 16 millimeter motion picture film. And through a serendipitous event, I ended up giving one presentation in my local area, substituting for Richard Sprague. And that morphed into me going all over the country for 5 years, sometimes 2-3 times a week, giving this presentation on college campuses. And it was a singular objective, which was to get a groundswell of support for a new investigation, a slightly different objective than what David and all of you who are participating in the student conference today, what your current objective is, which is to bring in the next generation, which I subscribe to. And so I gave that, and then the House Committee and executive action and JFK and all these other things sort of got morphed into. And then I stopped doing it for a while, and then I went back on the road, and I started asking myself the question, who cares anymore? And, I think that was because, like many of you who've been at it for a while, sometimes you can get worn out. You can have quiet moments where you say, the bigger picture, this is worth it. But on a day-to-day basis, you have family, you have friends, you have a career, you have faith, you have all these things. And so I stopped, and then people started badgering me. And I was very fortunate. I graduated from Union College in Schenectady, New York, when I lived just 2 miles from there, to have had a college friend who ended up being a huge name in Hollywood. And he told me something that I didn't realize, which was, 50 years later, I had something that I didn't have in 1970. And this goes for people like Gary, and each of you is generating the same thing that I was reminded of, and that is you have a personal story. The relevance of that story to the case is a delicate balancing act because it's not supposed to be autobiographical. But I was asked to write a book. I said there would be 2 people that would read it, and I don't know who the other one would be other than me. And so I put my whole life story down with respect to this case, starting in 1964 or 65. And I captured it in PowerPoint. And so that's where I am today. About 5 years ago, just pre-pandemic, I did an all-day event. About 100 people showed up, and the first half of it was my journey. I didn't know what other word to use, David. I feel a little bit bad that I've scarfed the word that you have used so eloquently in the theme of Project JFK, which is the journey, but I've added that to the title. My presentation has always been called the Horne Report, Fact or Fiction, ? And the question mark was the big piece. And now I've added parenthetically, it's now called JFK 101 and my journey.
So Bob, how is it? So when you first were doing this, you were trying to get some official legislative or hearings from out of Congress. How is your conference going to change now? Do you have different goals now? And if so, how does that change your presentation?
My goals, that's a very important question. I alluded to it, a paragraph or so ago, but my objective now is in line with what David just described that he's doing at JCCC. Okay. That is, bring on the generations. And Larry, you and I have talked about this concept of generations, and I actually I thought about this a lot, and I now have 7 generations of researchers, G0 through G6. G6 is yet to be defined. And I think it's the people who will hopefully attend the conferences and symposium that David is doing, and even ones that are more oriented toward established researchers that stimulate this thinking. And I'm not going to go down that path because, like I said, David has already addressed it.
I think, Bob, one of the things I think it's important, if you think about when we were kids, this is the equivalent of asking us to attend a program on World War I or maybe the Spanish-American War. And if you remember when we were kids, there was, maybe I'm a little behind you, so maybe you were out of high school when this happened, but when I was in high school in the late 60s, the entire curriculum was overturned because it wasn't, quote unquote, relevant to today. And I think for David and you, it's really important. It's not just a history lesson, but that whatever happened in 1963 is continuing to influence our country today. And to the extent that we can show examples like the Secret Service destroying the January 6th emails, they did that in 1995 when they were asked for records of the travel records for Kennedy, right? Nobody gets punished. The reason government does things is because no one gets punished.
So to that point, Larry, I didn't want to oversimplify it. I actually, I don't know why, I sent a copy of the program to David, Brian, and Casey.
Cool.
And it was basically, I'm sending it to them as my encouragement for what they're doing. They don't need encouragement from, people like this, but I just wanted to know that I'm trying to do my piece, and many of you are all doing the same thing in one way or another. So that the program is from 9 to noon is this personal journey. And what you just talked about, Larry, is a big element of it. And in fact, I actually go very lofty. I spend about 10 minutes talking about the philosophical elements. And David has already even alluded to that. This whole concept of what's the nature of history. Is history what happened, or is it what you read about what happened?
Right.
And philosophically, is it important to study the past as a prologue to the future? And so I talk about that kind of thing, and I put it in context. But here's the very unusual takeaway. The presentation in the afternoon is the JFK 101 stuff that I did as a roadshow from 1970 to 1995 or so. I reminded you again that this was all pre-computer. So all of my material, and this was a 3.5-hour presentation followed by an hour of Q&A. And it was usually on very big theater stages that back in the day. And I had a booking agent. And I think Gary has actually seen portions of it at a conference that we were attending together back in 1973. And all of that material is exactly the same today that it was back then. So it's all slides and film. And the content is JFK 101, and it is incredible to me as I've been reviewing it and getting ready, that for the most part, it still stands up. Now, if I gave this presentation to all of you online, you could probably find a lot of little things where you would say, I don't even know if they're little, but I don't want to characterize it, but you'd say, Bob, that's really out of date. Or, we've already proven X or Y or Z, but that's not my objective. My objective is to, number one, share this information, primarily attracting a younger audience, which is why I'm doing it on a Saturday, to see if there's any interest to move forward with it. And secondarily, hidden in that message is, look what I was able to accomplish with 35 millimeter slides and 16 millimeter film in 1970. And by the way, I even showed portions of this presentation to Ben Bradley and Robert Woodward and Catherine Graham at the Washington Post. So that was just before Gonzalez from Virginia got involved in this effort in the House to start.
Bob, I hope that you really, that it resonates to the students. Like what Doug Horne did, the Inside the Arb. I mean, that showed you how a government and so allegedly independent board actually operated, right? What Doug gave a inside baseball view of, it's not just about evidence, right? It's how you look for the evidence, how you present the evidence, how you talk about the evidence. But Bob, the thing is, there's a lot of hopelessness now in this country with the young people. And we felt the same thing when you were at that age, and how you were able to get action done. Like a lot of people now are frustrated with both presidential candidates and they want a third way. I'm not trying to advocate for anybody, but there's a frustration in this country. And we were frustrated about about losing our president and never getting a good explanation. In your work and Gary Shaw's work, we actually, even though the system at the end was corrupted, you were able to get a congressional investigation done.
Well, not me, directly, but I was contributing. I was, you know,
I
the
know,
snowball effect, right?
But your story is one piece of today. The students, it's even harder now because everyone's got, 1,000 different platforms. But your story is how you working with others individually, unable to be linked, right? And
Well, my problem, as David knows, as you looked at your schedule, you have 2 days from 9 to 5 and 9 to 6 and 9 to 5. And I'm sure you struggled over, okay, what am I going to put in and what am I going to take out? I don't know. That's my biggest concern, is that I've already done this once as an all-day affair, and I ran out of time hours before I was done. And I was already telling people that what they were getting was like 0.5% of what there is to know. So there may be another person who attends who has some expertise in more contemporary areas like the Assassination Records Act. And
no, but Bob, what I'm saying is when you're telling your story, the message that comes out of that is that in an era when there was no social media, when there was no connectiveness, just a bunch of you guys, the best you could do was write each other letters and have phone calls. You were able to get a congressional investigation. Doug took his experience in the ARB and wrote a 4-volume book, just putting sunshine in an opaque process. But what you two guys have done is so important to both creating history, but also inspiring people to take action. And so just when you tell your story, Bob, I just hope that you inspire, given all the hurdles that you guys had in the 1970s, you were still able to have Congress take action.
I don't want to prolong this because, David, you got an agenda and there are other people that want to talk. I will summarize, Larry, your suggestion in the following way. And this frustrated some of my colleagues back in the day. In fact, the creation of the Assassination Information Bureau in Boston was a direct outcome of the dissatisfaction that some of my Boston colleagues had with the fact that I never got on a soapbox. I never got, remember my presentation was called Warren Commission Report, Fact or Fiction, ? So I just presented the facts and let people talk about it. It was remarkably successful, and it was a verification to some degree that the factual material had it been presented to a jury or another forum other than the manipulation that went on, not only with the Warren Commission, and we were not naive enough even back then to think that it wasn't going to be similar with the House Select Committee. And in fact, after 3 of its directors, it just, the House Select Committee just became another version of the Warren Commission in some degree. So my presentation is very neutral. I asked the question, who? For the first time ever, though, I'm actually prepared to aggregate all my thoughts as to the what and the why. So I'm, and they're not going to be things that are earth-shattering to any of you, and I don't have any credibility for any specific insight. But I finally, if somebody says to me, so who do you think did it? I have a list of 15 potential complicit entities. Now I have like a top 3. So that's where I am. David, thanks for your time. I appreciate it. I got a very kind reply from Casey, and I did reply to him, but I appreciated his comments, particularly because you guys are educators. And that is an art form. It's something you can't get up in the morning and say you're going to talk to people and necessarily have the credibility of being a good educator. So not only what you're presenting, but how you do it, how you interact with your audience. In school, it's a little bit different. When I'm doing something like this, by the way, which is free and open to my community, I'm getting from them the most precious commodity that they can give, which is their time. So I try to reciprocate in a way where they're not aggravated and they walk out having learned something. And just one anecdote from 5 years ago, and then I'll truly be done. Just before we started at 9 o'clock, this is back in February of 2019, I was getting a cup of tea, and there was a couple, I don't know how old they were, but maybe near my age, I'm 77. And the guy said, "So you're the presenter?" And and I'm the only guy in the room in a jacket and tie, but I didn't get flip with him. And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "Well," he said, "I just want to tell you that I don't believe a single thing you're going to say." And I said, "Well, that's certainly your prerogative. I mean, I'm just going to present information that I've discovered and researched and accumulated from the hundreds of people who came before me and worked with me." And I said, "Draw your own conclusion." He said, "Well, I think it's all BS." And I'm thinking to myself, he's there at 9 o'clock in the morning and he's telling me that he's not going to believe it. And when I looked up at 5 in the afternoon, he and his wife are still sitting there. So thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's important work that we're doing. And, I want to say that, it's important for, especially the first and second generation researchers to continue talking with, the community as a whole, the general public, and especially younger people. You've lived through things that, and done things that even the third and fourth generation researchers, have not accomplished yet. I know that I've gotten asked several times, am I ever going to give this up? The answer is hell no, I'm not going to give this up. I'm going to continue doing it until, we have an answer, if we ever get an answer. And, obviously I go into other topics, not just JFK. I'm a student of history, and I think it's important that, there's one thing we have to do that's most important is to reteach that history to people that, have not been exposed to it, whether it's by not being taught in school in the curriculum, or, sometimes you look at the fact that I think it's human nature. Younger people will put their efforts into other areas of life. Older people, they live through it, but they're now looking at the fact of going, okay, what did I miss? Because I was so busy during my career and raising kids that, somehow you've lost touch. So you have a resurgence of, older people getting back into this topic. You have a new surge of younger people, especially college age and above, that are taking the time to go, okay, what did I not get taught? And why did they not teach me that? So I think we're at a good time with the technology that we have. Not only, and I'm going to get to Larry here in just a minute, we're going to talk about technology. It's not just the technology, but it's like what Larry Snaps just said. We've lived through the fact of snail mail, not the Pony Express, but damn close. We didn't have email. We didn't have Google to go online. The students of today, the younger generation of today, if they didn't have that, they'd be lost because that's what they've grown up with. We went through a different path. And some of us, have now adopted the new technology. Some of us still haven't adopted that new technology. But the fact of it is, we have to meet the younger people on their level. That's the only way we're going to get them interested in this.
David, I was going to make a comment for Bob. Yesterday, I was listening to a sports presentation on the radio, and I'm only going to give you part of it because I know the story, but the bad part about it was this. Apparently, somebody had written a letter about one or two of the female coaches in the NCAA tournament, which really turned one of them off. The bad part about it is they interviewed her, and she says, "I have not read the article, but I totally disagree with it." And I just sat there going, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, that was Kim Mulkey, right, from LSU?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just go, okay, wow. But I totally disagree with it. And apparently the gentleman who talked to you at the very beginning was still sitting there at the end. So something must have grabbed him and pulled him in. And kudos to you, and keep doing what you're doing. And I know David Knight basically says, yeah, we are getting old. And it gets to a point sometimes where I don't know how many times I'm going to knock myself in the head doing this, but at the same time, if somebody asks me, I'm going to tell them. In fact, one of my kids the other day said, "Can you tell us who won the Civil War?" I said, "Well, I used to be able to tell you that from a Kansas point of view." And I know you'll argue with me on this, but I said, sometimes it's based upon who and where you're asking the question.
AC, were they referring to the military victory or the political victory?
That in itself is a good comment there, because we could say the military victory, but the political victory, holy cow.
Yeah, because some people have said that the South lost the war, won the peace.
Yeah, yeah, good point.
It is incredible to me how frequently a nexus between research into the assassination and sports happens. I know Larry Schnaff through sports. There's an interesting backstory, and there are other people that are involved that have this. And through that same entity, I befriended a guy who was a history teacher in a local school system in my area, who also happened to have been the head basketball coach. And when he was a college student, he'd seen my presentation back at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute. And so I ended up giving this Kennedy presentation for 10 years to high school students. But the only way the high school would agree to do it was they had to have the students actually get permission slips from their parents, and they held it as if it was a field trip, even though it was done in a classroom, and it was only advanced placement history students. So I'm just offering that to you as a way around. I mean, ultimately they fired this guy because he was not teaching within the curriculum. He was, taking steps beyond. And so I haven't done that. But
I can tell you that I rewrote the curriculum in my institution and made it fit with the dynamics of trying to teach the Constitution, and almost a watered down Constitution, at least for high school kids. But at the same time, because of the word usage that our lawyers put in there, I said, you got to break this down. But at the same time, I rewrote it on First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 14th Amendment, and I started bringing out all of these amendments. And so the kids step back and they go, Mr. Q, we're learning more about the government and the Constitution than we ever thought we had learned. And I said, yeah. I said, you're applying this to something that actually took place, and we're reviewing it and trying to figure out what are the answers? Where do we go from here? And that's part of how I taught in class. And I got more kids to read than probably any of the English teachers or literature teachers, but we would check out every book that we possibly could. And I said, you don't necessarily have to deal with assassination books. I said, pull out other books, but at the same time, you rewrite the curriculum and you make it fit the school district so that you're not stepping on your feet and you're not hanging yourself in the end.
Yeah, and as you might imagine, you often encounter a lot of headwinds with that kind of approach. I've seen this in schools and certainly with newspapers. I have boxes full of newspapers that have been trashing me for 55 years, and I'm sure all of you are probably familiar with that phenomena. So that continues at this moment, continues to go on.
Mr. Q, huh? Okay. That's your future name, Mr. Q. Like from Star Trek, Q.
There you go, buddy. Right there.
Hey, Larry, I would rather be called Mr. Q than Mr. BS.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, I was called Tommy Pinko for such a long time. And that started with my dad, who was
Tommy? Where does the Tommy come from?
Tommy Pinko.
Oh, Tommy Pinko. Oh.
Tommy just Pinko. And I'm sitting there going, wow, at least can you define what that is? But yeah, Mr. Q was the, QT. I got called a lot of names. But somebody asked me the other day, they said, so you're a varsity level coach that's won some state championships and stuff like that. And they said, could you tell us your worst situation? And I said, parents. And they said, could you tell us your best situation? I said, parents. I said, you can't live with them. You can't live without them. And I said, you have to find a way to be able to coach in and with and around them. And
Yeah.
I said, now that sounds like the Constitution, doesn't it? So, yeah.
I had that experience in Little League, but I think, David, I think we may be going to be having one of our marathon sessions today based on where this is going.
I'm hoping not, because hey, I'm less than a week away to get the rest of the conference stuff done. But I
You
do.
may have to regain control of this of their TV here.
Well, I do want to take a pause for quote unquote station identification. For those of you in the audience and for those watching this on YouTube and our website in replay format, you are watching Project JFK CSI Dallas presents the Journey, the April 6th, 2024 meeting. And we are discussing not only the JFK assassination, but also the research and almost kind of a call to arms of where we need to go with this. And I think the topic so far we've been discussing is getting the younger generation involved. How do we get them involved, and what can we do next? So I do want to go ahead and pause this and table this discussion. I want to move on to Larry Snaff. It would not be a Journey meeting without our attorneys. I know Larry and also Pat. Sometimes Bill Simpage stops in, but I hope Bill's doing okay. I haven't seen him in a few months on here or talked to him, but I hope he's doing well. Larry, why don't you go ahead and give us the rundown on how things are progressing, and also we did not get a chance to make that video. Want to point this out that we are still collecting information for the forms that Larry's going to talk about here in just a quick sec about getting your state representatives on board. So I'm going to go ahead and pause here and take it away, Larry.
Okay, thanks. I forgot where we were when we had our last call of Journey, but we have Mary Farrell has filed an appeal. It's called an interlocutory appeal. So you can appeal a case when it's over in the trial level, or sometimes you can appeal during the middle of a case on a specific issue. So we filed an appeal to the Ninth Circuit, the Court of Appeals to the Ninth Circuit. Some people call it the People's Republic of the Ninth Circuit, on some of the discrete issues that the judge dismissed in the motions to dismiss that were filed by the government, more related to whether, for example, NARA is a successor in function to the ARB, the denial of some of the injunctive relief that we sought, and some of the statutory interpretation that the judge made that we think was wrong. So we have filed an appeal, notice of appeal, and then we have to file our brief next week. Then, of course, the government is going to file their brief. We have a new team of Department of Justice lawyers we're going to be dealing with. They have their appellate experts, lawyers, and so we'll be dealing with those. And then with the case at the district court level, the next phase is discovery, and so we're preparing our discovery that we're going to ask of the government. So that's, I think, Patrick, is there anything that I have forgotten that I can say?
Real quick, Larry, is this an appeal during the case, or
Yes.
is this appeal after the case?
No, so this is an interlocutory appeal. So what could happen could be the judge could say three things. District court was right, go pound sand. The judge could say district court got it wrong, but we're going to send this back down to the district court to further reassess the issue. Or the Ninth Circuit could say the judge got it wrong, and I'm ruling on how he should have ruled. So there's kind of three different ways it can go. Usually they send it back to the judge, which is called a remand, and then the judge has to then reconsider his opinion based on instructions he gets from the Court of Appeals. Patrick, you're on mute. Still on mute. Patrick, you're on mute. There you go.
Yeah, the vast amount of documents that were generated that are a matter of concern were generated out of the executive branch because those are the police agencies in the sense of CIA, FBI, and even Secret Service, unfortunately. But it doesn't make sense from a logical standpoint that at the end of the day, where you have the Congress passing an act which is really to rein in the executive branch's overclassification and secrecy, that the courts in the end should put the executive branch in charge of making discretionary decisions about what should and should not be continued to be secret.
Right. And so part of, like, the transparency plans, we claim they were invalidly issued and the judge disagreed with us. So that's all part of our interlocutory appeal. Now, even if the judge denies, so that this is a discretion, the judge can decide that the Court of Appeals can decide it's premature. They could wait until we always, even if the judge doesn't agree to do a remand or overrule the judge on the district court level, we always, at the end of the trial, have a right to then revisit the issue. So we basically had two bites at the apple. So we decided to try to, Bill and I are not getting any younger. So we decided to try to do that. So that's the litigation. And then on the JFK Facts podcast legislative effort, we are continuing to ask for people to provide us with names of their congressional representatives. We have someone that is going to be working with us to try to get a legislative fix to kind of like to refresh the JFK Act. We've obviously learned things about it that Congress did not know in 1992 when they passed it. And so we're kind of, with the 25 years of experience with both how the law is interpreted and how it's being implemented, we have some fixes that we are going to suggest. And so what we want to do is get a critical mass of people so they can write their representatives and ask them to have either a hearing, or we have a form letter that we will send. What we're trying to do right now is get a critical mass of people. So any of you that have not previously given David your representative's name and also your email address so we can contact you, please put it in the chat. If you don't know who your representative is, look him up or her up. And then you can always send it to David or to me at larry@schnapflaw.com. That's SCHNAPFLAW.com. We have a spreadsheet that we're creating. So we would like to get like maybe 100 representatives that you guys that basically represent the constituents in the JFK community. It should be more than that, but let's say we'd like to get at least 100, and then we'll give you a form letter. You guys can all mark it up the way you want in your own words, but at least it'll be the elements, the skeleton of what you need to say would be in the letter. And then you can send it off to your representatives and see what happens. Now, to be honest, we are in an election year. And when I tried personally to get the oversight committee of the House to take action in 2022, they did things behind the scenes, but they declined to actually hold a hearing because the Democrats were in charge and they did not want to do anything to embarrass President Biden while they were trying to defend their majority in the House. I would expect that I don't know if we would be successful in getting a bipartisan effort this time around. I don't think bipartisan is something that's going to be very fruitful, but we're going to try. And if it doesn't work in the fall, we can always revisit after the new Congress comes in January. So please, if you haven't already given David the name of your representative, if you know the district, that would be great. Now, for some of you who already are on the podcast, the JFK podcast, that have already given Jeff and me your names. You don't have to participate here, no sense, doing it over again. But for those of you who haven't already done so, please put the name of your representative in the chat room, and look them up if you don't know who they are, and then we'll put it in the spreadsheet. And then probably at some point over the summer or late spring, we will then try to reach out to Congress. Congress has big chunks of time when they're not meeting, but they'll be meeting their constituents. They won't be in Washington, and it'd be optimal to do this while they're on recess visiting their constituents. With that, Dave, I think that's the end of my presentation. I want to keep it short since we've already gone on quite a journey.
Well, thank you very much, Larry and Pat, both for the update on being lawyerly and what's going on with the cases. I want to go ahead and let you guys know, I was hoping that Paul Blau would be in our meeting today, but I don't see him in the room. You guys are still getting the emails for the questionnaires and the forms that they're sending out to gather information. So if you are getting those, please answer those and get the results back to Paul and his team, so that way they can continue doing the analytics that they've been working on. I like supporting the people that are making progression in this case. And Larry and Pat, Bill, Paul, and his team, they're doing things that are important, and they're getting insight. They want your opinion. They want your answers. So I want to make sure that we're answering their emails and we're taking part. It's not a vote like we're having later this year, but your opinion matters. That's how they're getting the analytics to figure out other things. I don't want to say it's data mining, but in a way, it's getting the information and putting it in a spreadsheet. So that way, they're getting to know what the next question or the next stage is, what it is.
And David, when you have your conference next week, I know you're talking to young people, but to the extent they are voters, that if they're over 18 and they've registered, please ask them for the names of their representatives. And Bob, same thing with you, although I suspect most of the people attending your program are probably going to be from the Union College area, which we have already covered. But David, in particular, the Heartland, would be good to get some people from the Heartland, in whether they're, and I don't know, some of them are going to be registered in the college where they're going, or some are going to be registered back home, right? So wherever they are, they have to understand that wherever they're registered, they should give you the name of their representative.
Yeah, that's actually a really good idea, Larry. Let me see if I can put a spreadsheet together. If you can make a spreadsheet form that I can print off and have there on a clipboard, that they could write down their name, their email, and their representative. Or if they, have a question mark of who the representative is, maybe they can pull
Okay,
out
I'll give that to you because between you and Doug, I mean, you guys are going to be exhorting these people. It's now your mission to carry this. We're, as JFK said, the torch is being passed to a new generation, right?
Right.
So part of the torch passing is to fill out this form.
Absolutely. That's a really great idea. I am going to now I'm going to call on Larry Rivera. Larry, are you available? I know he's working, but he wanted to give us an update. Go ahead, Larry.
I'm here. All right.
I'm going to go ahead and turn on share screen so that way you can show us what you've been working on. So give me just a quick sec here. Okay, you should be able to go ahead and share your screen now, Larry.
All right. The wonderful world of Blender.
And for those of you that are wondering why I have to do that, since we had our interruptions last month, I'm forced to lock down our meeting more and provide a little more security, not only for the people in attendance, but also it saves me from having to go back and spend hours like I did last time cutting out all the bullshit that was taking place and the things that were going on in the last meeting. So that's
Mhm.
so far, knock on a piece of wood, we've gone over an hour. We've not had any interruptions from bad actors.
Did you have to turn anybody away from the waiting room?
No, actually, everybody that signed up and that's been in the waiting room are ones that have been to our events in the past and have not been on the bad actor list. So, sometimes I think what I implemented as far as cutting off the tickets an hour or two before the event, then that actually helped us with screening out any people that should not be in here, locking down the share screen option so that way they can't throw up any items that should not be seen. I think by doing what we've done in this meeting here compared to the ones in the past, it's created a better experience for all of us.
Right. I mean, the balance here is not going down the path of unintended consequences, which are having people who are new, names we're not familiar with, unable to join. So I know
Right.
that puts a lot of burden on you, Dave, to have to make that, go through that selection process. Anyway, sorry, Larry.
Okay, Larry, go ahead. You can reshare your screen there.
All right. Can you see that?
Yep,
You
we
got-
can see it.
okay. All right, perfect. What was it, 2 years ago? We did a spotlight, wow, a 3-hour spotlight on where I included some of the stuff that was being done in Blender.
Yeah, I think that was about 2 years ago, Larry.
About 2 years ago, and at that time I was working on version 2.78, and already they're up to 4.1. But in this instance here, I'm going to be working on 3.6. Now, Blender is not an easy program to work with. I started working on this on Blender 10 years ago, to give you an idea. And it took me almost a year just to learn how to work the cameras, to give you an idea, and the lighting and everything, and how to move around, and what all the functions were for, and little by little, I start to incorporate all that knowledge into the 3D rendering of Dealey Plaza, and it's bearing fruit, thank God. And one of the main things that I discussed at the time was the importance of using reference images to create your models. Now, here on the right, where you see I'm scrolling with a mouse up and down, this is where finally I've been able to organize the scene, the composition. And back in the day, we used to Blender used to use layers. Now they're called collections. And what the advantage of working with collections is that you don't have to go object by object to effect the change. For example, if I want to see the object or the collection of objects, I just have to go to the top of the collection and hit whatever I want to do. If I want to see, or if I want to render it, if I want it seen in my viewport. That's what this is called, the viewport. And there are two ways to look at a scene. You got the perspective, which I am on now, and your orthographic. Orthographic is the function in Blender where you do modeling because you need to use the entire grid to be able to model. And in the case of Blender, and of course we all learned in algebra doing graphs and everything, we had our X, okay, which in this case is our red line. This is the X plane, and the Y. But in Blender, since we're in 3D, now we are dealing with another function, which is the Z, which is called the Z, which is the one part of the 3D composition that gives it all the depth, and places everything, so that you can work around the models and the objects. Now, I want to briefly, for example, if I want to just pick anything here, for example, over here, I'm on wireframe mode, and in order to just go over here, and I'm going to switch over to solid mode. All right. Again, I'm still here now I'm back in orthographic, and now you start to see, okay, how everything here is in its position. Now, how do we know that everything is in proper position? That's where reference images come in. Now, as a disclaimer, I'm going to be the first one to say that this is not 100%. Okay. Now, I would, and this is obviously, not many people here know about this software and how to use it. But if I were in the low 90s, okay, I think that's pretty acceptable for studying Dealey Plaza. For example, I'm going to go here on the overhead. We've always talked about the North Knoll over here, okay? But there was also the South Knoll, Commerce, Main, okay, Elm Street and everything. And, some people believe that there might have been something going on the South Knoll, all right? So that's a very interesting proposition. Now, when I'm talking about reference images, let's go back to wireframe. Okay, I've got 5 here that I've used for this composition. And the most important one, and I spoke about this before, is the Cutler map. Okay, Robert Cutler was an architect from the East Coast who went to Dealey Plaza, and he did this very detailed architectural rendering of Dealey Plaza. And why is it so important? The importance is because the landmarks that he drew are the way that Dealey Plaza was on 22 November 1963. Okay, and what we have done here is just follow. And in Blender, that's what you do. You put your reference image and you start throwing your, in this case, you use different geometric forms to start doing your modeling. Okay, this is an overhead, and I'll turn off Cutler, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go on the sideway. This is looking south to north. For example, if I were going up Houston, okay, and again, all of our landmarks are in the exact position that Robert Cutler used in his architectural rendering so many years ago. So I'm only following the Cutler map. Any questions so far on this? All right.
Larry, excuse me. Did you or were you able to ever get any data from the engineering department in the city of Dallas to verify elevations and positions and so forth?
Never. I had my methods, my ways of getting that. For example, this, as you can see here, the center here, right? In fact, I'm going to put the origin. That's what this is called, right here in the center, right at the. If you can see, you see this little red and white circle here, and that's what's called the origin. If wherever I put the origin, I can go ahead and add, for example, over here, any type of mesh. If I want to add a plane, a cube, a circle, even a monkey, for example, I can, there's a monkey here, and I can go in here, and if you look closely, because it just placed it here, there's our monkey. See that? And that's just, pre formed forms, and as you can see here, the downslope, I obtained from a paper that was written. I forget the name of the fellow. I can dig that up, but that's not important right now. But the thing is that this is about, between 89 and 92, maybe even 93% accurate. Okay. And again, all the landmarks are according to Cutler's map, and the other the other images, the Alton 6, the Croft. I don't know if anybody is familiar with the Croft photo. Z 198, Z 255. Okay, and that's how, to make it as simple as possible. Okay, that we are able to place, all these models. The thing about this is that the more models that you place in the composition, the more you strain your computer, obviously. Now, in this case, I'm running a Lenovo Legion, but it's got a GE4, it's a GTX. That's a that's a video card, okay? And the importance of the video card is that you cannot shove all of this computing onto the CPU of the machine. You have to have help. And that's where, when we do our rendering, go here to the right where I have here, and the device here, I can either use the CPU of the machine, or in this case that I do have a GPU card, okay, and that's going to help a lot, because in that manner, I'm able to work the program, especially when I have so many objects here, and objects start, okay, and let me just select an object here, okay, and to show you the most basic unit. Okay, I started to do here. Okay, let's move this up here.
I think one important thing to point out here, Larry, is between the Blender program and what you created and Cutler's 2D map is we don't look at things in a two-dimensional world. We look at things in a three-dimensional world. So we don't get the, the slope of how Elm Street, starts at one point and then slopes down.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people need to understand the fact that, this is Cutler's map way, way beyond with what you created. And for those that, don't have the opportunity to travel to Dallas, but they want to take a look at Dealey Plaza, and look at it in 3D form, this is the technology that we now have available to us.
Right. And
it just keeps improving with every, new version that comes out of Blender.
Yeah, especially when I stopped using it for about a year, I said, wait a minute, I'm gonna get all rusty, but then it's so ingrained, that it always comes back. Now I want to go back to the outliner, okay? And the outliner has Dealey Plaza, okay, and I'll just drill down on this, okay, and show you all the different objects that are involved here. And I have categorized them. For example, how many lampposts, okay? There's the regular lampposts and the green lampposts, all right, that surround Dealey Plaza. The live oak trees, all of them are in position, correct? If I click, for example, in the outliner, okay, you can see where that particular tree lights up, okay? You see that? So I can work with the outliner, or I can go ahead and just click on the object, and so I'm able to model it, move it, do whatever I want with it. Okay. There's so much stuff here. Let's see, panning on down here.
Can you click on one of the cameras there, Larry, so that way?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the cameras.
Okay.
I'm up to 70 something cameras in this scene. Okay, and the reason that's important. Okay. For example, I've got JFK. What's in there? You've got Connolly, Jackie, and JFK, and their caps. Okay. I don't need, at this moment in time, I'm not going to pretend to put every single person that you see in the Z film and the Alton 6. That it's unless I had a supercomputer, I could do that. But this is my little laptop. And this for the time being will do. Okay, and where we have modeled the Lincoln Continental. Now, the Lincoln Continental I modeled myself from scratch. Okay, now if I go ahead and click here on the, see, that's part of the Lincoln. Okay, in this case the hood, even the flag sticks and everything, you know, for the flags. Now the different motorcycle cops. Okay, Shaney. Okay, see how it lights up in yellow. Okay, Harges. Oops, Harges, where are you? Jackson, Ryder, Martin. Okay, okay, the bikes are under here. Okay, here's the bike. Okay, Harges, his bike. Okay, there we go. See, that's the thing about being in perspective. You don't get that. Okay, so even the umbrella man. Okay, the Cuban guy who I obviously we all know had you know, very nefarious had a very nefarious role there as a signal man as well as the umbrella man, and the Secret Service guys, Greer, Hill, okay, Kellerman, Kinney, Landis, Reddy, Roberts, and Youngblood. Okay, then who's in the doorway? Billy Lovelady, Joe Molina, Lee Oswald, Matty Reese, Otis Williams, Pauline Sanders, Roy Williams, I mean Roy Lewis, Sarah Stanton, and of course Wesley Frazier. And then the few witnesses that I have, you know, the two unidentified African American women that come out in the Alton 6, Alton's himself, who is down here, who was in the street, by the way. Emmett Hudson, he's right here. He was the caretaker. Fedora Man, who's in the Alton 6. Okay. This guy Gawker, this guy comes out in the Alton 6, and he's at the corner. He's in the corner, and he's looking in the direction not of the he's not looking down Elm Street or anything. He's looking towards the side of the TSPD. If I put a camera there, which I'll show you, you know, how all that works, you can see what he's looking at. Then John was that little kid that you see in the Alton 6, okay? And he's right here. And here's Fedora Man. Here's Peggy, his mother, okay?
So from a timing point of view, this is
right. Very good question. This is Z255, equivalent
okay.
to the Alton 6. Exactly.
Okay.
Beautiful. That's a great question. Then we've got Tague down under the triple underpass. We got Zapruder. We got Bill Newman right here. Okay. Right here. And as you can see, you see these triangles that are next to each one of them. Those are actual cameras. Okay, those are cameras. And in this composition, we have no less than 73 cameras. You see right here, 73 cameras. We got one at the 6th floor, Alton's, Babushka Lady, Badgeman Cam, the Bell, and then a Bell a little bit higher. Bill Newman, what he was seeing, the Bond. We have a camera that would show you what the Bond, Wilma Bond photo shows. Lee Bowers from back here in the tower.
Larry, let me just interrupt just a second. This is Casey.
Yeah.
And it's my understanding, number one, that not all of these people have cameras, but the cameras that you put into this are their point of view and what they're seeing.
Absolutely.
As the motorcade goes through, correct?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Which is something that is completely necessary. You want to see what those perspectives were, you know, and you know, it's happened, you know, 60 years ago, you know, we can't go down there. This is the next best thing. All right.
Excellent.
So,
excellent.
Then the Cuban guy, I have one here, train on him. And now I'm going to start moving around all these cameras and show you, how this works. I have a camera. This is a brand new one, and it just, just shows you how important this is, because this is CSI on my computer, and looking at this, over and over and over and over again, possible shooters, trajectories, snipers are concealed, snipers are protected, you know. So I decided to look. This is the top of the Daltex. Okay, let me go into here. Okay, this is the top of the Daltex. Okay, you got your fire escape and everything. You got your second floor. Of course, everybody wants to see, the camera on the second floor. I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, and that's that view. You guys catching this here? But if I go higher, since we know that the Daltex was compromised, okay, we put a camera up here overlooking, and you've got perfect trajectories here. And this one moving further back here, okay, where you even have a protected, like a shed or something up there. And I went and looked at the old pictures of the Daltex, and this is perfect. This is exactly where it's supposed to be. Okay, and when I go ahead and I look at that, the view going through that camera, and I'm looking at the what's the possible trajectory of the first Connolly hit, which was the one that went through his lung, and came out through his nipple there on the right, and and then not go anywhere other than that. All right. If you study I got a copy a friend sent from, in fact, that person is right here in this meeting. I'm not going to mention his name. And he sent me a copy of a picture of the clothes that Connolly was wearing. And you can see the avulse back to forward trajectory coming out of his shirt, the white shirt, and trying to find out where that could have come from. I found this position right here. Now, obviously the cars are further down Elm Street because this is 255. But when I move this up, and I have another model based on 198, because David and I have been working on the throat shot to trajectory, and we've estimated that, and maybe we can, I can get an opinion here on from the people at this meeting. What Z frame do you think the frontal shot hit JFK? At what point in the Z film? Okay, Z198, okay, if you study the Z film, he starts to really react at the Z 198. Now, that's equivalent to the Croft, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to show you that's the Croft camera, and there is the view from the Croft. If you look at the Croft, you'll see that the African Americans were all together, and these are the two African American women that show up in the Alton 6. Okay, so, and the JFK limo is around in this position. Obviously, I'd have to go and show you from the other model that I'm going to put up in a second here, but this is, if we're talking about Z198. Okay, and let me go back up to this little guy here and show you. So that car is going to be a little bit closer here and more aligned to a shot that would have hit Connolly. Okay, now again, this might be speculation, but this educated speculation, because I have a model, to help in the trajectories, and everything else. Anybody have any opinion as to what the throat shot in the Z film might have been, or if you've studied that? Again, whatever you think, is fine. Everybody has their opinion, but 198 seems to be just about right. And
This is Bob. I think what's interesting, and I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, is that the reenactment photos taken back in early '64 showed these locations. I mean, you know, even the
Mhm.
FBI considered them. They're photographs that align with certain elements of your model here.
Yeah.
From
Yeah,
the
if I wanted,
so
absolutely, if I wanted to go to the roof of the TSBD, let's say the west part, okay, and this is what that view would have been. All right. Say I want to go a little bit more to the corner of the TSBD, the other side, and here's what that view would have been. Now we can't go and climb up to the roof of the TSBD nowadays, right? But you know, at least, and let me just for the sake of, let's do a quick because this is interesting. Yeah, we'll do it 20 samples. That's the thing when rendering these scenes. Okay, the render portion of Blender is one of the most incredible tools because now what you see here is what's going to be rendered shortly here. And again, this is important. This is the most important consideration for having a good GeForce, NVIDIA GeForce. Okay, so it starts rendering, and let me see if you see here at the top, you see the sampling. Sampling is going 3 of 20, and every sample that that the program achieves here is giving you much more and much better definition. Okay, and if I were to sample this 200, it'd probably take about half an hour, but the definition of every model here would be impeccable, okay? For the sake of simplicity and time that we're constrained here, obviously I'm not gonna do that, but as you can see, the more sampling, the higher sampling, then the better definition. Now, one of the things, most important issues in Blender is texturing. Texturing means that every model, okay, you see this nice grass, you know, on the infield, the grassy knoll, that comes from a texture that we apply to the model. All right.
Hey
I was
Larry, we're still seeing the grayed out version. We're not actually seeing the high details like you should probably see it on your screen.
okay. Wait, you see, tell me what you see right now.
You've got the rectangle in the middle with the grayed out version in the mesh, or not the mesh, but the solid forms.
Okay. Okay. Is this, what do you see now?
top-down wireframe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is,
you're in the wireframe now.
okay, good. All right. So let's go to solid here. Okay. Now I can go and see what Zapruder, okay, saw through his. Now, don't forget that you don't get the entire car or view of the car. Okay, you only get a partial view. And this is about as close, okay. It's not exactly, you know, I'm not claiming this to be exactly, but you know, it's something that you're able to work with. Now, for example, we've had recently debate, not that I've been involved in, but about the this guy Umbrella Man, okay? And if he shot a flechette or whatever, you know, from his position, well, I went ahead and put a camera in there. All right, I went ahead and put a camera inside and to show you what his view would have been. As you can see, this shading at the top, you see that this is the actual umbrella, you know, the with the ribs and everything here. So, but what I want to do here, I want to move that limo further up Elm Street to show you where it would have been at Z198. All right. But before I do that, you got options. Then here I've got from the infield, a view from the infield. Oops, there. Oops. Okay. The reason I had to put this one in here was to prove that Alton's was in the street and not on the infield when he took his picture. When you look at this, and I went and reenacted this, with a camera and everything, and this is correct. Okay. In the Alchins, you get this, right? Here's your monument. Okay. The people in the background, they're in the doorway. The way everything here lines up, the motorcycle cops and everything. Now, if Alchins had been on the infield, this is what we would have seen. Not the same thing, right? So, what at least this exercise here proves where Alchins was standing. How about this one? Okay, you got your Cuban and you got your umbrella man. Let's take another look at the Cancellaire. Okay, and we really worked on this because the Cancellaire shows the South Knoll, and the Dillard shows what David has located, a possible second shooter, on the bridge of the triple overpass. Now, here's one that I've really fallen in love with, and it's this one here from the South Knoll. Okay, I go here. All right. And this one gives you a really, really good, let's go ahead and render that at 20, even though it's not going to be, but, and in answer to Bob's question before, this one really shows the downslope of Elm Street, coming from the other side. Okay. You see that right here? Okay. And, all of these monuments and everything that you see here was modeled, with the exception, and another disclaimer, okay, because I don't pretend to, know everything about this. Okay, now, you see, we just did this here. This TSBD model is courtesy of SketchUp. SketchUp is an architect's software tool for designing buildings and everything. In fact, here I think we might have to rotate this a little bit. Yeah. Okay. Same for the Dowtex, the criminal account, the county records building, and the sheriff's department building, the police station there. And you guys remember in JFK that they were talking about the inmates that were, on the 6th floor there, and that and you see this in the movie JFK, but hardly anybody ever wrote about this. Maybe if Gary Shaw is in attendance, maybe he can give us a little bit of background information on that. But this is what they saw. Okay, and let's go ahead and render that here for a second at 20, and which occurred to me. Hey, let's see what these guys. We can't go up there nowadays. It's not the same. But this is what they would have seen. Okay. Again, you see the sweeping Elm Street going in the S curve pattern that we see there. Okay.
Hey, Larry, am I on?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Did you put any cameras on the 3rd floor of the old Dallas County Courthouse? And the reason I'm asking that is I remember Jean Hill basically told me years ago, and obviously she's deceased, but she told me years ago that when she was brought up to that 3rd floor.
Well, let's put one right now.
Okay, yeah, she was put in there and she saw it was kind of like a lecture hall in a college, and she said that there was mixed drinks still sitting there, cigarette butts and cigar butts still smoldering, and she could see that there was a number of people up there before she got there, and she always wondered if somebody actually came and used that to view, if you will, a big screen TV inside. Yeah, inside Disney Plaza.
Let's put one right now. That's the beauty of this thing. Okay. Now, let's Okay, and we need to position this one. Okay, it's turning the other way. Now let's see in the vertical. Okay, it looks okay. All right, there you go. That's now we'd have to know exactly, you know, in which direction this camera would be. If it's over here, if it's over here, that's something that obviously we don't know. But that's one of the things about this that I can go ahead. Let's rotate this here and give you this information. How about, let's do a quick render on this. And that easy, you know, I just put another camera in there and, you know, and I'm showing you precisely that point of view, you know, that perspective, you know. And that's
Larry, I think Doug pointed out in the comment section, what Casey was wanting is over in the courthouse building, the one to the south of the building that you're in now.
Yeah, you're in the okay, you're in the
county records. I'm on the county records.
county records. Yeah, you need to go one building over
To the left.
Yeah, to the courthouse building.
with the one with the
Over here.
these spiral tops on it.
Right.
Over here. Because I have one over here, which is the jailhouse, which is higher. You see that?
Right.
Okay, so would this be okay right here?
No, you'd have to go to the next building to your right, which I don't think you have on that scale.
Yeah, it's
But
here's the
I
county
apparently
record.
probably it should be somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I remember Jean Hill basically talking to me before she wrote her book that she was brought up to that third floor.
Yeah, I've got the book. I know all about it.
Yeah, yeah. Oh my God.
Cited.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is Main Street, so this is the whole cluster of buildings, you know, county records, and I believe this is the police department here.
And so it would be to your right where the black is.
Yeah, the building's
there.
not in the model. The
Yeah.
building's not in the model.
Yeah, your building's not in the model, but what I'm asking is, and as you know, she said she was taken up to the third floor,
Right.
which I think at the
And
time
it overlooked the plaza, of course.
yeah, and it opened up, and she said I could see a bird's eye view of where the assassination took place.
That's right. That's right. This is the bell, okay, but at a
Okay, yeah.
higher, okay. And I believe this is the bell. Yeah. Okay. And like I said, it's just almost unlimited functionality here. But the thing is, you know, my poor laptop, you know, is not, you know, I have to trade, you know, make the trade here. Now, going to the overpass, and okay, and this is David's position, but I want to go back and I'm going to close this real quick, and let me stop the share and get out of Blender for a second here. Okay.
Larry, I want to say basically the work that you have done on this is I think it's pretty darn phenomenal. And I don't know, maybe if I'd have to ask Larry Schnapp whether or not something like this could have been brought into a courtroom as a schematic to sit back and say, this is what we would have seen. Of course, I don't know. I'm using them.
Well, the first thing they would do is start to attack the experts' academic background and preparation and all that. You know how that goes in courtrooms.
If I may, this takes me back to the question I was getting at earlier. And please, Larry, you and I talked about this a couple of years ago when you first presented it. So no disrespect intended. I just come from a computer background. So any system that manages data is only as good as the accuracy of the data that's put into, right? So I'm not pressing you on it as much as to say that if it was in a court situation in which the veracity of the interpretation was being determined, any prosecutor or defendant, defense lawyer would want to know, well, where did the data come from? So you had the XY data from Cutler,
Right.
You don't have engineering data from the city of
No,
Dallas.
no.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood you.
So
I'm just
there's
asking a
couple-
simple question, which is where did the elevation or Z data come from? Does it come primarily from film frames?
No, there was a paper that was written on that. It was very, very specific. I'd have to dig it up, and I followed
Okay.
that.
So
Okay.
we have, so, let me just take a step back. What you said, Bob, was right. Obviously, in any recreation, the inputs are important. John Orr, for example, has gone a step further and used photogrammetry and done recreations, including the fact that Dealey Plaza was repaved 3 times.
Right.
How much the seat depresses when a person in Conley size would sit in it versus JFK. But yeah, all of this, you'd have to evaluate the
Right.
inputs.
Right.
But to the extent that what Larry's doing, in one sense, so what Larry's doing in one sense is he's saying, if I'm standing in this position, here's what I would see.
Mhm.
And that's different from saying, if there was a gunman in this position, then establishing the trajectory and stuff. But yes, anything.
I would say
Yeah.
say this is strictly for entertainment, Larry and Bob.
I think one thing I'd like to point out on this is, you know, I can't do a show of hands here, but if anybody remembers the movie Vantage Point with Dennis Quaid, what Larry's model has done is in a computer program is kind of like what they were doing in the movie Vantage Point, where they went around to each individual person to see what they saw.
Right.
Yes, I
And
remember that movie.
We have to remember that the eyewitnesses that we had in Dealey Plaza that day, they all were in the same area, but they each saw something different.
But this would be technically more accurate because we all know eyewitness testimony is inherently
Right.
unreliable. But I will tell you, John Orr is going to be shortly announcing that he, based on his analysis of 312 and 313, that when he does the trajectory analysis using what he's developed, that the fatal headshot could not have come from the corner of the 6th floor because of the position horizontally of President Kennedy's head. It had to be from a different location. So, but the ability, we always, if this went to trial in 1964, we didn't have the ability at that time to look really to see what a 6th floor shooter would have seen at frame 312.
Right.
We could see only what that shooter would have seen generally, right? What Larry does and what John Orr's model does and other models do is you can actually, by putting all these inputs together, create what someone would have seen at a specific frame.
No, you can put yourself in there.
The Z film is 2-dimensional. And essentially what you're doing is you're turning it around and saying, what was the president's head direction? And what was he looking at 312 or 311 when he fired the shot? But all this would be challenged in court. Obviously, you're going to battle the experts.
I would add, though, that, I mean, Larry's work here is really fascinating to me. Every person who had a camera in Dealey Plaza not only captured what they were intending to capture, but they captured something even more valuable, which is other people with cameras.
Mhm.
And if you study that alone, I developed a database on this way back in the day, and it was fascinating to see this multiple matrix of the field of view. But the thing is, Larry, that in addition to the Zapruder film being indeed a single frame, you have the Nix film, you have the Muchmore film,
Right.
you have a little bit of Hughes, a little bit of Bell, and so forth. And so, in theory, an expert such as Larry and the gentleman who you introduced.
That's what John Orr did. John Orr.
Yeah, they put all that data together. Yeah.
Right. And not labs. Put aside the thing they did in November, but there is a program where you could take through photogrammetry, you put all the stuff together. And I'm not the computer expert, I'm just a lawyer, but that's what John did.
And remember that there are organic elements to what was captured. An example is the oak tree, and an example is the growth in front of the stockade fence.
Right.
And other elements there that when you interpret, for instance, the Zapruder film, people sometimes mistake inert items such as vegetation or growth as a person or a rifle or an event. I'm not going down the path of drawing any conclusions other than the fact that there's a lot going on here.
Yeah, and you're talking about millimeters. You know, when we're talking about trajectory analysis and a single bullet theory, I mean, being off by an inch makes all the difference in the world. And for Larry Rivera to be able to say, well, Alton's was in the street, so how many inches or feet off would, if they said he was on the infield, how much off would that be? Several feet, several inches?
I think from the infield to where Larry put the Alkins on the model, I think that equals to, is that 5 or 6 feet, Larry?
Something like that, yeah.
I mean, that is enormous. I mean, when you look at the HSCA, when they did their trajectory analysis, it was a cone.
Right.
Yeah. Bob, it was a cone that encompassed the corner of the school book depository, encompassed the school book depository. I mean, that is like so inaccurate. That captures so many things that it's worthless. Really.
Well, and speaking of that, Larry, Rivera, if you can throw that model back up on the screen, go to where George wanted to see it again, where there's a camera angle of my shooter on the bridge.
Yeah, that's why I'm working on the Z198 model right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just to put it on your back burner, David, if there's time and if you feel it's appropriate, Larry did float a couple of times the question about the bullet in the throat or the wound in the throat.
That's what we're going to do now. That's what we're going to do.
And that, you know, all the people on this call may have a large variety of opinions on this. And, you know, for one, I'm still troubled. I don't, after, 50 plus years, I still don't quite understand it.
Right.
But in any event, let's see how that discussion goes if you have time for it.
Let's start with James Tigg. Here's James Tigg's position. Okay.
You're not sharing yet, Larry.
Oops. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to throw this out while you bring that up, Larry. To answer back to Larry Snaff. Yeah, when you're talking about trajectories, I know I spent 3 years from 2013 to 2016 researching the throat shot trajectory and where I put the possible shooter on the bridge.
And there's already a message, a chat on there that we're going to talk about that right now.
Yeah, what I want to say though is you have to be, I know Sherry Feaster, when she wrote her book and did her information of the South Knoll shooter, things are done in cones and you're looking at going, okay, where is the president at the point of that shot?
Right.
Where was he looking at? Where was the car positioned at? Where could the shooter be at? And it has to be in this area of this cone. I worked through
it's not only just, David, the trajectory. I mean, you have to see exactly what would that thing, where precisely was the car, the height of, and you have to have the car so precisely vertically and horizontally located to see whether did he really have a clear path, right?
Right.
Here's the view you're talking. Here's the view that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever been up to that position there? I think it's a steeper slope than the grassy knoll is actually. And when you get up there,
this is on the South Knoll side.
Right. This is on the South Knoll. This is the perspective that you were just talking about. This
Wait,
camera
is it South Knoll or is this the bridge view?
No, the South Knoll itself.
Okay.
You can, you'll have the tree right there. You're basically underneath the tree.
Okay. Right. Exactly. And that's why
what is the view at 198?
This right here.
That's 198.
That's 198. This is exactly
198. Blow that up. Blow up the car for a second.
That's 198 from the South Knoll.
Right. Okay. So what we need there is to see, like, to put JFK and Jackie and to see, exactly, could a shot been fired without a clear shot? And right now that what we have right now is insufficient to give us any information except that, hey, that's a nice.
Yeah, I'm doing a quick render on that.
Okay.
Okay. Just give it a couple of seconds here.
Yeah,
Right.
well, I think what Larry Snapp's trying to say is you'd have to have the occupants in the car in order to find out,
Right.
could
Well,
that
in this
could they
case,
could the
only
shot come
in this case, it's only JFK because I've hidden the other.
But see, but that's not good enough right now because you have to see what were there any other obstructions? Was there a
No,
clear
yeah,
shot?
this
Right?
has only been since the past couple of days.
Yeah, I know. But what John has done, because the John's model's, a little more sophisticated because he has everybody in there to see
Mhm.
whether, the people that think there was the shot was fired through the windshield, and
That's what we're
putting
going to look at
aside for
now.
the fact whether there was deflection. If it went through the windshield, was there really a clear shot? Would it have hit Conley? Would it have hit the back seat?
And yes, yeah,
Yeah,
I
right.
agree.
Yeah.
Okay, now here is the Weldon, Doug Weldon,
Mhm.
also hypothesized, the corner there. Okay, and that would have been his view. Now, the one that David has is
Brian.
right here.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to click on that. And again, I started with James Tague to give you an idea of where this position is, and what James Tague would have seen. All right, that would have been his view.
Mm-hmm.
No, and David, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that correct there? I think it was a third or fourth slot there.
Yeah, it's actually you need to move it over to the right about an inch. A
There.
little more. A little more. A little bit more. Yeah, now move it up just a little bit.
Up.
Yep, right about there. Let's take a look at that.
So he was in a prone position, or was he like in the kneeling position?
In a kind of a
Like a
kneel
kneel.
down, tie your shoe position.
Okay.
I've got well, I'd have to redo those because I've got special images here.
Right.
But what we can
So
just
that looks like from there that the windshield's in the way.
oh, of course it is. Of
Yeah,
course.
the whole actually, the shot actually has to pass through the windshield in order to, one, cause a hole in the windshield, two, to where it lines up with the throat shot. And even with deflection, and I showed this in a previous presentation where I had some people ask me, could the bullet actually, trace through the windshield and hit a target in the back seat, or in this case, two back seats, and prove the fact that yes, a 22 or 20, the 22 Hornet can go through that windshield.
David, do you think so? Let's put us back at 12:30 on November 22nd, and you are about to try to assassinate the president of the United States. Do you think that you would take a chance on having a possible deflection by shooting through the windshield, or would you prefer to would you try an angle that is clean?
If it was me, it depends on, how did they train? And what I mean by that is this. Were they looking at the fact of weather being bad, the possible fact of the bubble top being on the limo? Did they train for that? Did they train for the fact that, there would be no bubble top on the limo? So are you shooting over the windshield? Are you shooting through the windshield? And unfortunately, there's two options for that could have been possible. So the possible shooter, let me repeat that, possible shooter that could be on the bridge, did he train for both of those? Did he train for one of those?
Right. Do we know, David, whether there is in the literature training for shooting through windows?
As far as what do you mean literature?
Well, like if I'm trying to kill someone and I see them sitting at their, like what happened with Walker, right?
Right.
Do people get trained to actually shoot through glass windows at a target? Or
I would say in my educated guess, I would say yes, because how many times do you have a SWAT member? Brian had to leave early. I would love to. That would be a great question to pose to Brian. But here's the thing: you don't always get a clean shot, of somebody out in the open.
And not only that, you've got you don't know if you're going to be the lucky one, of 3 or 4 teams of shooters.
But taking a step back, this is unfortunate Brian's not here, but I would think that the person that might have to shoot through the window would have the high-powered rifle. Maybe I'm wrong because I'm not a math guy, right? So I don't know whether a high velocity bullet would be more accurate or would it be more prone to deflection because of all its energy?
The AR-5 is perfect. It's a perfect
I-
weapon.
The AR, particularly with the composite Hornet that David has pointed out,
Yeah.
that certainly was a weapon that has had a history of being used for.
And the range was right.
Right. But the problem, I mean, how do you, I find this notion very intriguing. However, the thing that disturbs me is the lack of any evidence of a bullet going through the windshield, from photographic evidence, that is. The thing that Larry Schnapp has brought up, which is I would think that even a high-powered bullet at 2,000 plus feet per second, which I don't think this Hornet load worked at, but I don't remember, would have a degree of deflection off of the windshield, which is at a pretty steep angle. I think it's 45 degrees or more.
Well, let me mention the fact that we have the recordings, the Newcomb tapes, where Harry Freeman, Officer Freeman, and Stavis Ellis very specifically talk about the hole in the windshield being a small caliber, and it was just a perfectly round that you could put a number 2 pencil right through it. Okay, and that, especially all the other things that are revealed in the Newcomb tapes, tells us what really happened down there on Elm Street.
Nobody has been able to answer Dr. Weck's question, which is what happened to the bullet?
That's the thing that has troubled me.
Right? I mean, no one, he keeps saying, tell me what happened to the bullet, and I will then accept that the shot, the throat wound was an entrance wound.
How about Walter Reed Hospital and then Bethesda?
But yes, but there is the extent record, and this may be where Doug Horne can help. I don't know whether he knows this or not, but the people that testified about the X-rays that they looked at did not see any evidence of a bullet in the chest or in any parts of the body. There was no. Now, I believe someone on this last time, it was Doug, when Doug and I were having beers. I think Doug said it was a 22, and he believed that. And Doug, I'm putting words in your mouth. Maybe I was too drunk. Maybe you were too drunk. But I think Doug said he thought that the bullet could have been lodged in that hematoma above the lung, and therefore wasn't picked up in the X-ray because it was obscured.
But that suggests a standard short or long round 22, not a Hornet that would go that distance with that accuracy from an Armalite type rifle that Dave has shared with us, which has got some interesting characteristics.
But I think,
it's hard to come up with all the little pieces to make them fit together.
Right. And you know what? Sometimes people get lucky, right? I mean, you could say mathematically there would be a deflection, but maybe this one time it didn't. But I was thinking that maybe Doug thought that shot came from the north knoll, and therefore didn't have to worry about the.
And there's another explanation, and I don't propose it for debate at this time. Again, David, you're on the tiller of the ship, but the idea of fragmentation of the cranial vault at the headshot, driving bone matter down, and this was actually a very precise wound of exit that just mimicked an entrance wound. When you try to answer the direct and rhetorical question that you asked Larry Schnapp, which is what happened to the bullet?
Yeah, that was Tink's original thesis in '67, right?
And there's the thought that that Kennedy, I would be interested to see like the Blender rendering of Kennedy's actual position from all the films, because it doesn't appear to me from Zapruder's point of view that Kennedy's hands are at his throat. They appear to be in front of his face. And I know you're looking at a downward angle, but could that have been a reaction to the the bullet in the back and so forth? So there are there's so many different elements of this.
Right, you can interpret it as he's reacting to the shot in the back, and his hands are going up, but it's not necessarily grasping at his throat. what you
Didn't the Undertaker state that there were shards of glass in Kennedy's face? Yeah, and that when he went bombed him, fluid was coming through. Does anybody recall that?
Yeah, that's the
well, there was going to clearly be embalming fluid given all. Yeah, I mean, I worked more for mortician one summer.
they had to use wax to plug those
Yeah,
holes.
there was a plug. He had the Thomas Robinson said there was a right temple wound.
Yeah, Evan Robbins, correct.
Right, that he
Hey
plugged
guys,
in.
I threw this up on the screen real quick. Larry, this will show you which spot to put that camera at. When we're
Yeah, because I think I had it right. I think because right. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
it's the
All right.
1, 2, 3. It's the
Okay.
fourth one from that spot.
Okay. I moved. When I moved it right now, it went a little bit too far and it didn't line up.
Okay.
Right.
Larry, Snapping, it was a tactical shooting position, or in layman's term, bend down to tie your shoe.
Right. Yeah.
This was the cancellary photo right after the Dillard photo, and now it's gone in this area. So there's nothing blocking the sun from back there.
And I gotta say something on David Knight's behalf. And David, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was 2016 or 2015. You came over to my house and you said, "I think I found something in this film." And I said, this picture?" And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "Well, obviously you've seen the Dillard photo." And I said, "Yeah, I have." And he says, "Have you seen this part of the Dillard photo?" And I said, "No, I haven't." Of course, you're looking at films where they've been cropped and put in papers and so on and so forth. So he shows me the uncropped version of that film. And I think
that's the uncropped version on the screen now. The cropped version, usually the ones that were always either in newspapers or in other researchers' books, it always cuts off basically right here in the middle of the middle tail light, and it cuts out Tag, and it also cuts out this spot here. But in the uncropped version that you see now, and this photograph was out there for, I started my research in 2013. 2016 was when I first brought out the very first presentation. I went to Casey's house into 2015, beginning of 2016, what he's talking about. And then the first time it was given in Dallas was in 2018. Mantic was actually in the audience that day. People had a choice between either seeing me speak at lunchtime or go get food. It just happens to be how schedules worked back then. But I'll save my other rant for another day. But yeah, this was the Dillard photo, and when I showed it to Brian and Casey both. And I mean, I look up to these guys, especially Casey, because he's the one that got me started in this. And then the fact that these guys have seen, at that time, and I have too, almost every photograph and video evidence that's out there, we've all looked at. But the difference is actually, are you looking at it from a new perspective, and are you looking at it for picking quote unquote nat shit out of pepper? Go ahead, Casey. I just want to throw this up on the screen. This is what you're talking about when I came over to show you the presentation.
Yeah, and I want to say that I don't know anybody else that has done this, but I know people have been looking for the possibility of maybe shooters somewhere on the railroad bridge, or like Sherry Feaster did a little bit close to the South Grassy Knoll. But at the same time, when you brought that out, I said, you know what? I did not remember seeing that. So in David's, perspective, he was saying from another point of view, and I said, David, this is a pretty good find. And I said, I'm not going to run with this. You need to run with this. This is your find. And so as a former student of mine, I said, do it, David. I'll back you 100%. But I said, you're shooting in the wind to a certain extent, but I said, you got to do your research. And David, I thought he did really good research.
David, how did you end up looking in that spot? Were you looking for a person there? Were you just looking at the Darnell film? What was the thought process that got you to that position?
One of the main reason, it's a funny story, but I'll touch on it. everybody always talks about, the headshot. And the first shot that actually struck Kennedy is the throat shot. And once you can actually figure out where that shot came from, and you realize the fact that, I realize the fact that that was not part of the single bullet theory, but this is the shot that started the event of leading up to the headshot. My whole idea was I needed to know where the hell that shot came from, where the, shooter was. I needed to follow the trajectory. Now, obviously, I'm divorced now, but I was married at the time when this all came out. And it was kind of funny because I was watching JFK, and this was the previous night before.
Perfect
and,
shot.
Sissy Spacek shows up, Sissy Spacek and Kevin Costner are in the scene where Costner wakes up and he immediately starts talking about, Oswald knew Russian, and then the fact of, his dog, needing to know Russia or playing chess, whatever the hell the exact wording was. Well, I was asleep. I had my ex-wife laying next to me. I fell asleep with books and writing tablets on top of me, and I wake up and I start writing things down just as fast as I can. I had a dream of seeing this photograph. And anyway, I looked at the fact of going, okay, there's a photograph and I've seen it. Well, I was looking at the Dillard photo, but I was looking at the crop version, but I had seen the uncropped prior to this. Now, the funny part about it is when my ex-wife wakes up and the bed's shaking, you can only imagine what she thought I was doing. I was not chafing the carrot. I was trying to write shit down as fast as I could. Now,
only on the journey that was come up.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, I spent the next 6 hours just writing everything down, finding photographs, and I've got several hard drives with a lot of photographs on there, the Kennedy assassination, before, during, after, so on. And I'm looking for the uncropped version because in my dream I saw the uncropped version. I could see Teg plain as day. I saw something on the bridge. So when I find the photograph in my collection, I go through and I start, just zooming in. I'm fixing the grain. I'm trying to do everything I can to go, what did I see? And I'm thinking at that point, I must be crazy. My mind must be playing tricks on me. Well, when I look at it and I see it, I said, son of a bitch, there it is. This is what I saw. So I started piecing everything together at that point. Well, I worked on this for, 2 years. I don't want to say under the radar, but I wasn't telling Brian or Casey anything about it. I didn't tell anybody about it until I knew for a fact that I wasn't going to come out looking like a complete idiot. Well, at that point, I'm going out, I'm talking to police officers, military. I'm going to ammunition manufacturers, gun manufacturers. I'm looking at eyewitness testimony. I'm going back to my films. I'm going back to my books. And when I finally have it together in my, initial presentation, I go over to Casey's house. I've got my laptop with me, and I said, you want to see this? Because I'm wondering what, do you, and I said, at this point, everybody thought of me as just the nut behind the camera, filming conferences and being the quote unquote third wheel. And when I showed it to Casey, and I get to the lead up of where I put the shooter at, and I have my evidence to back it up and to prove my theory, at that point, the look on his face was just, holy shit. I mean, that's the best way you can put it.
So David, have you gone any farther with that when you established that? And that's a great story about your scenario, because I just watched JFK last night again, and that bedroom scene I thought was typical Oliver Stone drama, but it was effective. But you probably have explored the Hornet ammunition. I mean, that ammunition is like 25 to 3,000 feet per second, and it's slightly smaller than a Carcano round. It's about 5.5 millimeters, but where did it, where might it have gone? I mean, if it's going to penetrate the windshield and get into Kennedy's neck, this, is certainly not a 160 grain bullet, but it is big enough so that it would leave something somewhere in the body or the person. What are your thoughts on that?
Well,
About the back
actually, I'm gonna bring this up here. Let me see. I'm pulling up here on the screen now. Give me just a quick sec. I have the let's see. Give me just a sec. Okay, here we go.
Oh, there, I saw your chart there. I mean, it's about 1/4 the weight
Yeah, it's
of a copper jacketed Carcano.
Yeah, this is 2.3 times muzzle velocity, 7 times the energy of the common 22 long rifle. So if you're looking at it on the side here, you've got your 22 Hornet, you've got your 22 Magnum, 22 your standard 22 long rifle, and your 22 short. Velocity of the it's 5.7 millimeters in bullet diameter, which fits the hole in the windshield. It fits the throat wound. From what I talked to McClellan, even though he wasn't there during the autopsy, he recalls the size of that wound. So does Crenshaw, and so does Malcolm Perry. You're looking at velocity on the VMAX round, 35 grain, 3,060 feet per second, all the way down to the 55 grain at 2,652 feet per second. And your energy, you've got to measure your ammunition in foot-pounds, in energy. 728 is your lowest, and your highest is 859. Now,
wait. So you're saying you have there the high velocity actually has less foot-pounds than the low velocity.
Well, this is energy of momentum, so it's a combination of weight and velocity.
Right.
So the longest one, is the 30 grain the longer one?
The 35 grain, no, they're all the exact same size. It's just, is it
the same diameter, but you have different lengths, right?
Same diameter. It depends on the bullets. The bullets, when people say bullet, you need to understand it's a cartridge. Right. The bullet is the tip that's crimped into the cartridge in the casing. Correct. The bullet on a 22 Hornet is the exact same no matter what way no matter which version you buy it in. Whether it's you're looking at how much grain is in that round of ammunition, whether it's 35 grain or whether it's 55 grain.
So it's got the same diameter.
It's got the same diameter. It's just how hot is the load, or how much gunpowder is in that round.
So, and that's a reflection of the more you can fit into the cartridge, right?
Right. And your bullet mass itself is, when you're getting into the grain of the bullet, you also have to look at the grain of your gunpowder that's loaded in the casing, and that changes between the velocity and the energy of that bullet.
Well, now, I don't mean to be argumentative here, but I think, grain is about a 15th or so of a gram. It's a measure of weight. Okay. So I would assume that the 35 to 55 are actually physically heavier as you go up in the number bullets.
Yeah, you're going from like a 2 grams in the 35 grain to a 4 gram in the 55 grain, Bob.
Right. So the heavier that it is, the slower it's going to go with the same load.
Yeah,
same load. But Bob, when you're talking 35 grams, that's the bullet and the
it's 35 grains, not grain.
Okay, grain.
That's just the bullet, not
just the bullet,
not the shell casing. So the typical Carcano ammunition from back in World War II was 160 to 165. So that gives you a comparison here. That there was 5 times the size of the bullet that we're talking about.
The bullet
here.
Itself, I'm not
just the bullet.
So the bullet itself, for it to be 55 grains rather than 35, means it has to be longer.
A little bit, yes, or deeper into the shell casing.
Right. Because it's got to have the same diameter. So the only thing that's different would be its length.
Now, if you're talking about the Carcano, Let me see if it's in here. Give me just a quick sec.
What is this from, Dave?
This is my presentation.
Ah, okay.
I'm pretty sure that I listed out if I don't have it in this one, I have it in another one. What the grain, the knockdown power, or velocity is of the Carcano round. 6.8 is your millimeter size. I don't have the breakdown on the.
But go back to the different types of 22s.
Okay, yeah, different types of 22s. And I go into the difference because some people were like, okay, well, the 22 Hornet compared to the 22 long rifle. And there are two different weapons. The AR-5 shoots a 22 Hornet. The AR-7 shoots a 22 long rifle. One is bolt action, one is semi-automatic. Bolt action is AR-5, AR-7 is semi-automatic. They were both available during the exact same time. They just happened to get procured by the United States Air Force from the Armalite manufacturer by Curtis LeMay.
Oh, right there. So the smallest one, is that the 35 grain?
No. This is the one that we broke down just a second ago with the different grains. It's still the exact same. This one bullet by itself. It's the same. Yeah, all that breaks down off of just this bullet. I'm going to talk about the 22 Hornet real quick. When you look at the velocities, this is the 22 Hornet that's on the screen now.
So
your ballistic performance and your specifications.
These specifications are that long bullet on the right that you just were referring to?
Yes, this is the 22 Hornet round.
And each of those 5 weights is a slightly bigger bullet that sits on the top of that shell casing.
Ah, okay.
Now, when you look at the 22 Hornet, your performance drops considerably as far as your energy goes and as far as your velocity goes. The reason why I've always leaned towards the AR-5 rifle compared to the AR-7 is, number one, it's bolt action. It's not going to jam on you when you need it. Number two, you're looking at a damn near perfect missile. Okay. You're not looking at something that's going to be, just your standard 22. If I was going to choose between these two rifles, the exact same size, I'm going to go with the one that is more powerful.
Can you go back to that chart, that the specs?
Yeah.
So no, the one that yeah. So Bob, you have 40, the smallest one here is 30 grains. That's fast, it has a faster velocity, and that one has more foot-pounds. The one that's 40 grains is a slower velocity, and it has less foot-pounds.
Right, because the energy at the right is the product of the weight and the velocity. It's not an exact, there's a calculation.
Right.
But the conservation of momentum is basically mass times velocity. And that's the amount of energy that's imparted. And so
if you have, I'm just trying to get to the windshield question. If you have a lighter grain bullet that's going faster, right? It has more foot-pound, more energy, but can it be more easily deflected because it has less mass? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I don't have expertise there, but maybe David has.
What's your instinct?
I just don't know.
Okay, that's a Brian question. Yeah.
I don't have practical
firearms
experience, just theoretical. So,
and Dave, how far was that shot? If you're projecting that shot, how far was that shot to the car based upon, I guess, maybe Cutler's as well as the Zapruder film and any other film that was taken? About how far was that?
Me and Brian measured from where the car would have been to where I'm at on the bridge. Larry we've done it several ways. We've done it through being there physically to figure out how many feet or yards it is. We also figured out by using Google Maps, Google Earth. I think Larry looked at that as well in Blender to find out a length of it. I do not. I have it on the computer. I do not have the exact.
Well, I would estimate it at like somewhere between 200 and 300 feet. If you think about where the car was and the known measurements to, for instance, the school book depository, which of course was at a greater angle. I don't know, but
Yeah, I don't have. I mean, like I said, I don't want to give out a wrong figure, but I know we did measure it, and it was well within the. It was well within the range of the rifle itself. It was well within the range of not even needing a scope on the rifle. I mean, when you're down there and you're looking at, the spot from the bridge to where Brian's standing in the street, and I know weaponry. I know how to shoot, and if you're going to have a shooter on the bridge, a sniper, this shot could have easily been made with just the iron sights on the rifle. You didn't even need a scope.
and again, purely speculative, the idea that your objective here as a mechanic was kill, you would probably be aiming for the head, notwithstanding windshield and reflective issues. The fact that the bullet, if it was an entrance wound in the neck, is 2, 3, 4, 5 inches lower than center mass of the head may make sense in the context of using iron sights and the velocity of the bullet, the weight of the bullet, the distance, and so forth, that may have actually had that predictable drop.
So that could have been the deflection. It could have been shooting at the head, and it ends up in the throat.
Sure. And here's the other thing too, and I don't want to play devil's advocate here, but at the same time, go back to Larry Schnapp's basic question. Would you as a sniper actually want to take a shot through the windshield with the possibility and the deformity and the deflection of the possibility of bullets or fragments of bullets going anywhere and everywhere?
Yeah. And looking at this is a fascinating video. I guess David, you must be sharing it, but this is just one test case, but the impact on that windshield is pretty dramatic.
Yeah, and not just that, Bob, but what this is showing, this is not even the 22 Hornet. This is just a standard 22 long rifle.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
And it goes through that windshield. I mean, there is no deflection. It goes
like butter.
Right through the
windshield. It's like going through butter.
Yeah.
But
yes.
the windshield mass has to absorb energy, which is what's causing all of that splintering, and you can see tiny glass fragments going around. So
on the other hand, that doesn't look like the windshield from the presidential car. I mean,
no, you're talking about an F-150 compared to a Lincoln Continental.
Okay.
The other aspect that I like to look at is the fact of, the guy in the video, he's standing pretty damn close to that windshield. He's not farther away. Now, does that mean that the bullet's going to deflect because, the sniper is farther away from JFK's Lincoln? No. As a matter of fact, you look at the two graphs that I showed a while ago, the two slides, as far as energy and as far as feet per second. When you're looking at the fact of, the 22 Hornet compared to the 22 long rifle, 22 Hornets, I mean, 22 Hornet is it's a full metal or total metal jacket bullet. It's not a lead tip. Now, do 22 long rifles come out in lead tip and full metal jacket? Of course they do. I know I've had some people ask, well, if he's shooting a full metal jacket bullet, as it's going through the windshield, won't that strip away the jacketing of the bullet? Not necessarily. And especially when you look at the 22 Hornet round, it has a ballistic tip plastic insert of that bullet. It's a pinpoint. It's not a rounded nose bullet. Now, where do we hear that from? Well, 6.5 Carcano comes in a round nose bullet and also a pointed tipped bullet. One is lead tipped. It's pointed. There is a little bit of lead on the tip that is not covered by a full metal jacket encasing. Now, if you look at the Oswald round or the single bullet, it shows the lead on the backside. But in all reality, when I have a bullet in my hand, well, usually I have it in my hand, but it's not here at the moment. It's a full metal jacket round. I mean, it's got brass all the way around the lead core. So what I want to point out on the fact is, you know, when I have people go, well, okay, you're shooting a 22 Hornet, it's from farther away, and I show this video, and they said, well, won't it deflect? I said, did the 22 Hornet round deflect? I said, or the 22 long rifle round deflect? I said, no. And the 22 Hornet wood round would actually pierce through the window a lot easier because of the shape and the ballistic tip of that bullet.
It raises just an observation I have to remember too, and again, this is just a factor, but those measurements in your table are muzzle measurements. So that's muzzle energy and muzzle velocity. As you know, there are two major forces that there is nothing we can do to counter: resistance, typically from air, and gravity.
Right.
So those things affect it. David, have you ever gotten to the point where either your experience with firearms or people who you know who are experienced with this could maybe do a test with a Hornet round in the conditions that you're mentioning, let's say 250 feet from a windshield? And I mean, I know it would probably be pretty complicated and possibly expensive to do, but it would be very telling.
Yeah, I mean, number one, cost is an issue, because you don't just stand there in front of the windshield, and whether it's, you know, what I would want to do, to make it as scientific as possible. Number one, I'd want a windshield that would be considerable. You know, I want it to be comparable to the windshield that came out of the 61 SS 100. I would not want to take, you know, a windshield out of a Ford Festiva and, you know, something of, you know, two to 10 years ago. I'd want a windshield, and we all know things were a little thicker back in the 60s than they are now.
Were they really? Oh, I thought they were.
Yeah, the windshields, and especially on, you know, well, if you look at, that would be like comparing a Toyota windshield to a Lincoln windshield. You got to have something, if you're going to do this test, and I want to do this test, but number one, like I say, it's cost is the number one thing stopping me. Have I shot a 22 Hornet and 22 long rifle through a windshield? Of course I have. But have I done it through a windshield like the Continental? No, I haven't. I don't think there's a whole lot of people out there that maybe have I know Robin Brown has a Lincoln Continental. It's not the exact same car, but I don't think Robin would want me taking and running a shot through his tour car. I could only imagine if I called him up and said, "Hey, Robin, you remember when I filmed the Lincoln going through the Dealey Plaza area for your commercial, and we reenacted Hoffman's perspective? Hey, I want to shoot your car, like with a gun." I don't think he'd like that too well. I'm pretty sure he would tell me, "No, it's not happening."
I have an S100 Lincoln at home that I could lend you. The only problem is that it's a 1/40th scale model.
Yeah, I mean, see, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I have shot a stuffed animal with a shotgun before. It didn't survive very well. I can only imagine taking a 22 Hornet and AR-5 and shooting the model. I have one of those as well.
Dave, I just have one statistic that I know offsets what you're talking about a few seconds ago. Is I know for a fact I'm thicker than I was in 1963.
Well, I can.
But are you reinforced more?
I have more padding, but I guess that.
Hey, I'm rocking the shit out of my dad bod. Okay, I'm not like I used to be, but
I would suspect you don't have the same tensile strength that you had then. But
No.
presumably now the windshields are more they don't fracture as easy, right?
Yeah, they have the plastic that's used in a windshield is very, very different and much higher in strength than the ones used back in the 50s and 60s.
And there's a lot of people that I talk to, and they're like, well, yeah, but the car was bulletproof. The window was bulletproof. There's no way a shot could have went through. Guess what? The windows were not bulletproof in that car.
No, and that's after the assassination that they
exactly.
Yeah.
The only thing that was bulletproof on that car were the tires, I think.
That car went straight to Ford Motor Company that same night.
Yeah.
David, getting away from the ballistics.
The next day, it spent the night in the White House.
Yeah.
Right.
Getting away from the
Next.
ballistics, is there any other evidence that you've assembled in your pursuit of this angle? For example, were there any witnesses, ear or eye, among the 20 or so people on the overpass, or any of the people who work for the railroad, or other people who could add any more perspective on the possibility of a person being there? Escape route, a sound, what, everybody was standing. Wouldn't they have noticed somebody kneeling even if they were 50, 60 feet to the
Or
right?
even Tague. Tague was right below the guy. Did Tague say he heard something?
Well, let me throw this out. Number one, we have ear witnesses. I say ear witness. There really truly isn't an ear witness. They're an eyewitness, or they're witness to an event. But I call them ear witnesses because guess what? Other researchers have done that before me. So
that's an accurate term. Ear witness is an accurate way of describing a person that is a witness because of what he heard.
Right. So we hear of, it sounded like firecrackers. Well, guess what? I even went through and measured the decibel level of a 6.5 Carcano round, and I measured the decibel level of the 22 Hornet and a 22 long rifle because I wanted to rule out one or the other. The 22 Hornet and the 22 long rifle sounds like a firecracker going off out of an AR-5, AR-7 rifle. A 6.5 Carcano round does not sound like a firecracker. So right there on an ear witness perspective, I'm going, okay, I have a round that matches the sound decibel level. I have a round in the 22 Horner, the 22 long rifle that matches the hole in the windshield, the hole in the throat. If you look at the size of number 2 pencil, the Carcano round is much bigger. You're going from 5.7 to 6.8. Now that may not sound like a whole hell of a lot, but when it comes to ammunition and, putting a round through a windshield or listening to the doctors and they, describe the size of the wound in the throat before the tracheotomy was performed by Malcolm Perry. Again, you're looking at something that's bigger than, it's smaller than the Carcano round. So when you start putting all this together and you're looking at going, okay, what am I looking for? Well, was there any other rounds out there that, could have fired, this sound or this shot? Yeah.
Right.
Matter of fact, the AR-15 had the size. Now, does an AR-15 sound like a 6.5 Carcano or an AR-5, AR-7? No. I'm sorry. Yes, it does. It doesn't sound like the AR-5, AR-7. It doesn't sound like a firecracker. It sounds like a gunshot, like what the Carcano round would be. Mm-hmm. We have to look at the fact of James Files and the Remington Fireball single shot gun. It's the exact same size. But guess what? You're talking about a handgun. You're not talking about a rifle. And if you're going to take a shot from that far away, you're sure as shit not going to use a handgun.
Well, talk about it, and since you're on that, and you just mentioned it, what about the range and the accuracy from that range? It's what, about 100 yards or something like that from that spot?
Yeah, I believe we measured it in yards, not feet, but I think it's just, I'll throw it out there. Don't hold me to this. It was 90, it was either 90, it was between 98 and 103 yards.
Right.
I know it fell between those numbers, and I know that's 4 yard difference, but am I going to use a fireball for that? No. Am I going to use a AR-15? No, especially if I want to keep cover and have people thinking this is either a deflection, was a deflection shot? Was it, do you want to give your point? Do you want to give your spot away? This guy, and you saw it in the reenactment photo, I'm hiding it in plain sight there. And so was the possible shooter. You also have a DPD officer standing up there on the bridge. We all make
100 yards is a long way for a triangularized kill shot. I'm just trying to envision myself standing in the end zone of my college football field and trying to even see, let alone hit a target. But again, I don't have any experience doing it. But that's a long way, don't you think? Or how do you factor that in, David, to your analysis?
Well, okay, granted, I'm not a professional. I did some target shooting back in the day, not professional, but I competed. with handguns and rifles. I've shot a handgun at 75 yards and hit a perfect bullseye. I got within the 8 and 9 at 100 yards. But you have to take into effect, which you brought up a while ago, gravity. You also have taken the fact of bullet drop, which is your gravity. I think another thing that could have been something of something that needs to be thought about, and Larry brought up a while ago, was the guy shooting at it was the possible shooter. Was he shooting at the head or was he shooting at the throat? I come up with two ideas on that. If he didn't account for bullet drop and he was aiming for the head, then, and granted, you've got the car going down at a steep angle, or a graduated angle. You've got a shooter in an elevated position. If he didn't time that shot correctly and he was aiming for the head and wound up shooting Kennedy in the throat instead, that could explain why we have the hole in the windshield, the hole in the throat, instead of, in the head. If I was putting a shooter up there, would I tell him to aim for the head or would I tell him to aim for the throat? I would sure as shit tell him to aim for the head. I wouldn't take a shot of going, okay, no pun intended. I wouldn't say, hey, you know what? Your position, your shot is to hit JFK in the throat. And that's all you do. I would say, if you're going to put a shooter out there, you tell them to shoot for the head.
So based on gravity, and I buy that thinking in the sense of gravity and wind resistance. I'm not sure, at least it seems counterintuitive from the other argument you're making, which is that if Kennedy's head position is going down with respect to the shooter, then if they were off, the shot would hit him in a higher place in his head. But who knows? I mean, again, we're speculating here, so all these discussions generate refined thinking, in my opinion. So that was just my thought, is that if Kennedy is going slightly downhill and he's aiming for the head, by the time that the bullet gets there, the target will be an inch or two lower, not higher.
Yeah, I would say something else too. I theorize on this, but let me throw this out at you guys. You hit Kennedy in the throat and you basically obliterate any way for, him to give speeches, to talk. How's he going to govern and be a president? I mean, the guy didn't know sign language, and I'm pretty damn sure you aren't going to sit there and write everything down on a piece of paper.
Hey, David.
Yeah.
That's when you go after the king, you must kill him.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the thing that
the
really,
idea that they would wound him so that he somehow couldn't give speeches, that puts them at risk that they're going to be killed.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
And Larry, that was just my initial thought. What I originally came up with after that was this. What would strike fear in JFK right at the end of his life? Okay, number one, he's shot in the throat. He's wearing a back brace. He's not going to be able to just duck and cover into the seat. He knows it's coming. He knows he's already been shot the first time. He knows that they're aiming to kill him.
Hey, David, if I may, I just put up the Croft image. Anybody wondering who Croft was? He was a missionary who took a roll of film, and then he disappeared to South America. And they went in. The FBI went and tracked down his film in Texas somewhere. I don't know if it was Houston or San Antonio or one of those towns. And this is what is seen in the Croft, where we have you see an obvious reaction here by JFK, and it's being covered up by where they extended Jackie's hairdo here, So, and this is what we think is a frame 198. And this is the point of impact of that shot, from the front. All right. So I just wanted to throw that out there in case anybody was interested.
Okay, well, I'm gonna throw something else out too. Go to the Mormon photograph, and everybody tries to look at the back of the president's head. Well, look at Secret Service agent Kellerman. He's holding up in front of his face from his left front, and in front of his face is a folder, a Secret Service folder. Well, why is he holding that up in front of his face? Okay, we want to speculate. speculate is that he is covering his face, so shards of glass that are coming through the
Stippling.
windshield
Yep.
from a bullet that just got through hitting JFK. Now, if you read in this book, the final analysis, they actually have an interview with Greer, and they asked the driver Greer. He says, "Where did you?" And this was immediately after the shots were fired. Where were the shots coming from? He says they were coming from everywhere. And he says there was even a bullet that came right through the front of the windshield. And I'm sitting there reading that. I go, where is that in the Warren Commission? Because I know we want documentation, but this has been brought out in this book, the final analysis, and that is brought out through David Mantic.
I'm gonna throw this up here. To answer the question, well, where the hell did the bullet go from or go to? Okay. And these are just the drawings I have in my presentation. Parkland on the left and Warren Commission drawing on the right. When Crenshaw did his interview for, I believe it was 2020, they asked, why would Perry have done an incision like this? When Perry stated he cut through the wound to put the tracheotomy tube in. I theorize, and again, it's another theory, because I cannot back this up. I can only have, in my opinion, what would have caused a gaping wound in the throat. If you're trying to keep with the single bullet theory and the single shooter theory, any other bullets that wind up in the body, whether it's during the autopsy or it happens to fall out on a stretcher in a hallway, you have to look at the fact of you have to get rid of those bullets. Now, 22 Hornet, or I'm sorry, 22 long rifle will break apart and fragment. A 22 Hornet can also fragment, but the 22 Hornet round is a lot thicker, beefier round. It will stay more intact than the 22 Hornet or the 22 long rifle will. So he gets hit with the bullet. Where did it go? It didn't leave his body. I think what happened was the wound hit and went into the throat. And prior to the autopsy, what would explain a hole that has been made an incision to be opened up to put a tracheotomy tube in, and then we wind up with a 3-inch gash wound. I think, and this is the best way that I can put it out there. And I asked Chesser, I asked Mantic about it. I think somebody went through on a fishing expedition, whether it was with a pair of forceps, God forbid, a pair of needle nose pliers, looking for this sumbitch or a sound to go in and see if they can tap and hear a bullet. They could have done a previous x-ray that showed the bullet and went right in, took it out.
But then you have but then you're buying into Lifton's body stealing theory. I mean, that can't happen. There was not enough time to take an x-ray, develop it, change it, and then put it up on the wall for everyone to see.
No, but they guess what they had? Guess what type of technology they had back then? They had metal detectors. They had handheld metal detectors that they could have figured out where that bullet was in that body. You've got an open wound already. All you have to do is expand that wound, turn it into a wound that ends up being a 3-inch gash at Bethesda. So do I think that that's a possibility of how they got that bullet out of JFK's body? Yeah, it's a very good possibility.
The testimony of Fink and Boswell and others, though, was they didn't even know it was a wound. They had to find this out by talking to Perry the next day, I think, is what the testimony that I recall. Does that ring a bell with you?
Yeah, Perry was hounded.
Yeah.
Perry, I just put that article up there that showed exactly what he went through in the operating room and his exact procedure. But after that, they kept hounding him to change his story, and that's what he did.
Yeah, I think, I mean, obviously, I always put this out there at the end of my presentation. This is a theory. But I also look at the fact of it going, okay, so far, I haven't proved it as a fact, and I haven't had anybody come up to me that has said, quote unquote, your entire theory is complete bullshit. And it couldn't have happened this way. I have had people come up to me and go, I think the trajectory's off, or maybe the angle is off. Until we actually have a reenactment done, which we're not going to get, then how am I supposed to prove it? I can't go to Dealey Plaza and go, hey, I'm going to set, Lincoln in the middle of Dealey Plaza. We have to close off all the traffic, and I'm going to take a shot at a ballistic dummy and see if I can recreate this. I can maybe do it offsite, but again, I can't, like I say, I can't prove it, but I can't prove it as a fact, but it's the closest thing I've come to. And I think some other people that I've spoke to over the last few years, that this is the closest thing that we have to a frontal throat shot. But again, I tell everybody, if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. Show me I'm wrong, and let me see if I can, trace back and prove that, I am right, or what I need to go back to the drawing board and figure out, what I got wrong.
I've floated that same basic premise over this notion of an internally generated injury from bone fragments coming down through the brain and being lodged in the upper portion of the lung, but one of them exiting. And it was based on some curiosities about the defects in the shirt collar and the tie. And like you, David, I mean, I floated theories just to see how they will go. I'm not wedded to any of them. And as we all just tragically probably have to admit, there's probably going to be no way to prove or disprove many of them. I mean, some of them will be disproved in the fact that they defy science. They defy the physical nature of things. But those that are based particular on observations and human testimony and the inability to reenact, I don't know, they may be lost forever.
Yeah, Bob. Hey, I want to call on Doug Horne. Doug, I see the messages, but they're coming directly to me as direct message. Can you weigh in on this for us? I don't think other people are seeing the what you're typing in the chat log.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Doug. Good. I'm
Well,
really happy that you're with us today.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of chatting the last 30 minutes. I didn't know it was going only to you.
Yeah, you wanna click the little box that says everyone.
Yeah, I guess
Send
it's
a
too
direct
hard.
message.
It's too
That's
hard for a
okay.
71-year-old. I'm not used to Zoom.
Well, no,
Sorry.
but we have you in person. Well, we have you virtually in person. So
I'll weigh on anything you want me to right now. I can give an opinion. What is it?
yeah, I mean, what do you think from what we've been talking about the last 30, 40 minutes? I mean, what are you thinking?
Well, first of all, I'm a great admirer of David Manick, believe me, but I don't agree with him on one thing. And I don't believe that the entrance wound in the throat was caused by a piece of glass. I believe it was a bullet. And I believe that bullet was probably 22 caliber. So I'm in line with you, David, and Brian Edwards and others. And I believe it probably, after tearing up the tracheal, it almost certainly lodged on top of the right lung. It did not penetrate the pleural cavity. It lodged on top of the right lung after being deflected by the trachea, by that cartilage. And that was the cause of that big bruise noted in the autopsy report.
That was what you told me, Doug, right, when we were having beers.
That's substantially what I told you, but I'm sure that the reason that doesn't show up in any x-ray is the x-rays that were taken after that bullet was removed. And I think, David Knight, you were just talking about that. So, whether it makes people uncomfortable or not, whether they want to give it a pejorative label or not, the body arrived very early. It arrived at 6:35. To not believe that, you have to discount the Boysian report. That's a hard piece of evidence. That's courtroom evidence. The body arrived at 6:35 p.m. The autopsy didn't start until right after 8 o'clock. So any x-rays of the chest were taken, between 8 and 8:20. The skull x-rays were taken very early that night, long before 8 o'clock, because they took about 30 minutes to develop. Then they would have had to been taken down to be viewed in the morgue. And we know that Dr. Humes called Fink at 8 p.m. And he said, I already have a good set of skull films. So the skull x-rays were the first x-rays taken. And yes, they show the upper part of the neck. And they don't show any bullet. So I'm just saying that Cyril Weck's question of where's the bullet, where did it go? The answer is simple. It was removed before any x-rays were taken. Okay, and the body was there at 6:35. That's a fact. And it's just, I think it's the use of a tired old pejorative argument to say, well, this is David Lifton's body snatching theory. That's just nonsense talk at this point. The body arrived at 6:35. Okay, I provided you with a document in my book. That's a long time ago now. So if people don't want to understand that, they're just in denial. Okay.
Mr. Horne, could I ask you a question? Are you familiar enough with the ballistics to maybe address the question that if you have a bullet that's, from David's research that's going, approaching a soft target with an energy of 700 to 800 foot-pounds, you would think that kind of bullet would penetrate deeper than where, even if it was removed, or go through the neck, possibly fracturing the spine or whatever. Do you think that even under that scenario, that if it went through the windshield would have absorbed enough energy for that to have slowed the bullet down to cause the damage, but only been entrance with no exit?
Time out. Okay, look, I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm an expert on the conflicts in the evidence regarding the wounds. Okay, and I apply common sense every once in a while. Of course, a bullet going through a windshield is going to lose a lot of its kinetic energy. And it's going to lose a lot of it. And then if it has to penetrate skin, it loses some more because skin is tough. And then if it tears up tracheal rings, which we know happen, it loses more kinetic energy and it's probably deflected. So and I know that a huge bruise was on top of the right lung, unless Humes made that up out of whole cloth. I don't think he did, because both Humes and Stringer say they went to great pains to illuminate the interior of the chest after the lungs were removed to photograph this bruise on top of the apical portion of the right lung. That bruise was caused by something. It certainly wasn't caused by any single bullet theory nonsense. We know that's not true. So something caused that bruise, either a bullet or a large piece of glass. And I'm presuming that it's a bullet. But no, I'm not a ballistics expert and I'm not a firearms expert. David Knight sounds like he is, and Brian Edwards probably is. But I only claim expertise on the conflicts in the evidence regarding the locations of wounds. And those are the things I feel comfortable talking about.
So, Doug, when you and I were having our beers, I said to you that when I looked at the chronology of the witnesses for Air Force One, there was no opportunity. There was always a pair of eyeballs on that coffin. And I think your response was somebody was lying.
No, here's my response. The coffin goes on board at 2:18. The judge arrives at 2:30. Okay. Godfrey McHugh, who claims that I was always with the casket,
right,
is just full of shit. He went, according to Manchester, who's really terrible on medical evidence, but he's very good on other things. According to Manchester, he went forward and yelled at the pilots 5 goddamn times before the plane took off. Okay. So he's up toward the cockpit, back and forth. So he's not with the casket full time, standing his honor guard function until shortly before the swearing in. And the swearing in is at 2:38. So I'm telling you, there were not a lot of eyes on the casket between 2:18 and 2:30 when the judge arrives. And in fact, those eyes didn't get on the casket until shortly before the swearing in, let's say at 2:35. At some time around then, Godfrey McHugh assumed his post and said, this is my president. I'm not going to watch that stupid ceremony in the stateroom. And, I understand that. So there was a period of time when eyes were not on the casket. That's my point.
So I think the fact of
218 to 230.
So I think the fact of it is I mean, okay, as we see, anything is possible, and people either one omit the truth of where they were or what they were supposed to be doing, and you have witnesses that say, "Hey, this guy was up at the cockpit instead of being at his post guarding the casket." So, unfortunately, nobody wants to look like they're not doing their job, but in this aspect, could the body have been switched? Could the body have been removed from the casket?
And it's such an
only before the swearing in.
Yeah.
It's so interesting. This is another problem with the Kennedy side of the family side, is that whenever they get a chance to try to correct the record, there's always someone that goes for the cover of it because it was maybe too painful, right, for the family.
Yeah, we've heard that.
Yeah, there's been plenty of opportunities along the way. What was Tip O'Neill's interview with was it O'Donnell
and Power? That's a crucial thing in Tip O'Neill's book.
Yes.
Both O'Donnell and Powers, who were in the Queen Mary right behind the limousine, both said that a couple of shots came from the grassy knoll fence and that the FBI told them to lie about that.
And when Tip O'Neill said, "Why didn't you do something?" He says, "Because the family, it was too painful," right? They kind of got the message to them, move on. And it's just at every opportunity. This last St. Patrick's Day, when members of the Kennedy family stood next to Joe Biden and Kerry Kennedy posted on Twitter, I tweeted back to her, or X back to her, and said, "I don't understand how you guys could sit next to the man who has illegally postponed the release of the records of your uncle." It's like, it just boggles the mind how they just continue to, they don't want to look backwards.
It's extremely frustrating and vexing to all of us, that's for sure, all of us truth seekers.
Yes.
They have never been helpful. They created the monstrosity of the Kennedy family deed of gift because they were pushed into it by the Justice Department. After RFK got away with purloining, with Berkeley's assistance, purloining the autopsy materials, he got away with that.
Yep.
But he didn't get away with it for very long because of the public law that was passed. It says they all have to be in the custody of the government. So the Justice Department gingerly, approached RFK, or they approached Burke Marshall, I suppose, and said, "Hey, you got to turn this stuff back in, but there's a way that you can protect it and limit access to it, and we'll call it a deed of gift." And so that's the horrible thing that we still have in place today, is that they can limit access to whoever they want. And so, of course, who's been removed from the list of those who can see the materials? David Mantic and Mike Chesser,
right,
who provided the most meaningful analyses of the skull x-rays, can't go back and see them anymore because the Kennedy family doesn't want them to. It's like, well, they've caused too much trouble. We don't want, and that doesn't make any sense to me if the family was interested in uncovering the truth.
Before I die, I want to challenge the legal authority of the deed of gift, because my understanding that the family never had the autopsy materials were the property of the state of Maryland and not the property of the Kennedy family. If there's an autopsy now of any of your relatives, you don't own them. It's the office of the autopsy, whatever it is called in the state.
Well, but that's well, wait a minute. It was done in a federal facility.
Right, but my understanding is that the Maryland's it was done in Maryland. I'm trying, but even if, let's say it's even federal, right? They did not have the ability to convey, that the Kennedy family did not have the legal authority to impose conditions on those materials because they didn't have title to them. So,
but that's a sweetheart deal cooked up by DOJ, not by the Kennedy family. The Kennedy family agreed to it, so they could retain some control. But it's the DOJ. It was this, I forget the guy's name. It's in my book. Reisman might have been his name. He cooked it up.
Right. But so at some point, when I'm finished with the Mary Farrell lawsuit, I am going to want to explore this, because I think there may be a way to undercut that deed of gift. But that
would be wonderful.
But that would put me in the crosshairs of the Kennedy family. Which
well, so what? They haven't been exactly helpful in all this.
Right.
As much sympathy as we have for them, I have no sympathy for them in terms of their pain. The facts of what really happened to this country in 1963 and 68 are more important than the pain of the Kennedy family.
Yeah, they don't. I know they lost a lot, but they don't seem to recognize their obligation to history. The only one that does is Bobby Jr.
That's right. That's right.
And that's why I'm working with him, because if he somehow miraculously got elected, he would, the cloak would be removed.
I would have to agree with that, with RFK Jr. wanting, to, expose it and come to the bottom of it. I see that Bill had his hand up a while ago and he wanted to make a comment. Bill, did you want to make a comment about what we're talking about right now?
Well, while he's trying to figure out how to unmute himself, my personal view, this is just me now. Anybody who feels strongly about this case cannot vote for the current president, because he has, Bill Simpich and I have collectively spent over 400 hours fighting the Department of Justice. This is just unbelievable how they've dug in, and this president should not be rewarded. I don't care. I know there's bigger issues involved, but and on this case, I've become a one-issue candidate right now. And I am not going to reward this man for all the time and effort that Bill and I have had to fight to try to get these records released that should have been released 7 years ago. And I just think anyone that votes for him, you are rewarding him, just like the Kennedy family sat there on St. Patrick's Day trying to prop up his presidency when he has been he has been disrespectful to the memory of their father and their uncle by keeping these records. But I'm now off my soapbox.
I like your soapbox today. I like that.
Good.
Bill, Bill, is your microphone working? We can't hear you. I tell you what, if your mic isn't working, you can put it in chat and I'll read it to the group. While he's working on that, yeah, I know we had a 50th anniversary. I was at the Lancer conference at the time, and we had two of the Kennedy family, Carrie McCarthy, and it was her brother. They were cousins of JFK, and I asked them point blank when I was able to meet them. I said, you understand what we're doing here? How do you feel about getting to the bottom and what the hell we're trying to do here? And those were the only two. And I haven't met, anybody else in the Kennedy family where I've been able to go up and talk to them face to face. And they were the only two that I've ever come across, now granted this was in 2013, that actually, seemed to give a shit about getting to the bottom of the case, or at least to expose what was taking place and what was going on. But
well, David Talbot, I think may have told us, or maybe he mentioned this on the Morley podcast, that it was in 2004 when he had a conversation with Bobby. And basically Bobby just said, we were taught to just move forward, not to look backwards. And and Judge Tunheim told us 2 Decembers ago.
Stop using profanity. You're using profanity. You just said Judge Tunheim.
Well, he is a judge now. But anyway,
that's the bribe he received while he was in office.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. He should not have accepted because of the apparent conflict of interest.
Right. He said that he approached Carolyn Kennedy to get the Manchester tapes released, and that she was on the verge of saying yes. And then she spoke to her uncle Teddy, and Teddy told her, I don't think your mother would want them released. And that's what happened. I don't know, Doug, if you've had a different, that you have heard a different story, but that's what he told us 2 Decembers ago.
Well, that's more than I know about the reason. I know that she denied permission.
Yeah.
It's a shame so that we have to wait 100 years from the date of the court settlement in, what is it, 1969 or
Yep.
whatever it was 67. We have to wait 100 years from that to find out what was censored in the original book and what the interviews were, that the detailed, notes from his interviews with Jackie and Bobby. We can't read them either until 100 years later. That's disgusting.
And I met a woman that worked for Walter Sheridan when he was working with Ted Kennedy on the Judiciary Committee. And Walter Sheridan, she started asking questions about Jack Ruby. And Walter Sheridan said to this woman, you're a really smart attorney. What do you think happened? And and again, one of the things that we keep encountering in this is the Jack Nicholson line about you can't take the truth, that there's all these people that were in power. They all kind of talk to each other in whispers about what really happened. And the thing that something came out recently, and I'm a little tired now, so I don't remember who said it, but it came out that in '66, Johnson, it was the guy, Doug, that spoke at the Pittsburgh conference that worked for Bobby Kennedy in the Justice Department, and then later on worked for one of the Warren commissioners. His name is I'm drawing a blank right now on his name.
Me too.
And he said that in '66, Johnson was thinking about reopening the assassination investigation. And he got dissuaded. And the idea that he thought that Castro was behind it. And the idea that people in power would just go on knowing that even if they thought, let's say they thought that Castro killed the president, how would they let him get away with this? That they were just so concerned about moving forward and just putting this behind them. It boggles my mind that leaders would do that. But maybe I'm naive. Maybe they're just because they're all interested about staying in power.
Well, I know I'm pivoting a little bit. I want to support you now in your efforts to get the deed of gift rescinded for 2 main reasons. I'm going to be talking next week at the conference about the fact that, I'm going to blow the whistle on Blakey and Baden. They're going to be toast after my lecture. Okay. I'm talking about facts based on Mike Chesser going to the National Archives 3 times, looking at the enhanced and unenhanced skull x-rays. The versions the House committee published in their 1979 report do not look like what you see when you go to the archives and look at the actual x-rays. So when you look at the enhanced lateral skull x-ray and the unenhanced lateral skull x-ray, what you see in person is not what they published. It's disgusting. Those things don't happen by accident. So those x-rays, for example, which Mantic and Chesser are now prohibited from looking at again because they've caused too much trouble. Those need to be examined by a large body of experts, and that can't happen right now. And the other reason to remove the deed of gift is, of course, the autopsy photographs. We all know there's a lot of things wrong with some of the autopsy photographs. Wrong in the sense that people didn't see anything that looked like the back of the head as shown in the autopsy photos. So, nor did they see the red spot. That's the so-called entrance wound. Nobody at the autopsy saw that. Nobody.
The only reason, Doug, so Michael Bader was one. He was a law professor of mine, and I confronted him in a class. But he was like then in his 50s. The only people that are willing to come out now are after their careers are over. Remember the Parkland Doctors movie from December. Now that their careers are over, they're able, but the problem is no matter how many experts you get together, and this is something that's important for the kids to understand, is that you have to have a level of courage that if you're in the middle of your professional career, you need to be willing to risk your career in order to do something that doesn't conform with what the powers to be want. And whether it's a journalist who would be cut off from their sources, the Washington Post, it was very clear that if they went in a certain direction, they would lose access to the CIA. And therefore, they would lose the ability to report. You know, the New York Times would get a competitive advantage over the Washington Post if the Washington Post didn't go along with what the CIA wanted. So this is all about the reality of you have to be an extremely brave person. And what you did, I mean, how old were you when you wrote that book?
Well, when I worked there, I was JFK's age. I was 43 to 46 when I worked at the review board, and I didn't publish it till 2009. But
you were ruffling feathers in your 40s.
Yes,
right?
At great risk and expense.
Right, and I would say I would give you a portrait of courage for that. I mean, you know, when a person is in the middle of their professional career and they're taking these steps, because look at other commissions, all the experts that reviewed the records all along, they were politically connected people that they knew what the outcome was going to be. That's the only reason they were allowed to look at those records.
That kind of moral courage in officials is extremely lacking in this country. In Great Britain, from time to time, you'll see someone resign as a matter of conscience over a particular issue, and he'll say the reason that he resigned. Nobody in this country ever has the guts to say that. They'll say, I want to spend more time with my family, or they won't write about it, the real reason, until 30 years later, like you say. So this country is extremely lacking in that kind of courage by people at high levels. So you know what? I'm going to pivot again. I have to. If the deed of gift is removed, you could have a panel, hopefully, of honest photographic experts study the back of the head photos, for example. And the problem is the House committee said they had a photographic panel that looked at those, and they said they looked at them stereoscopically, and they said they didn't see anything. They said they looked at all the autopsy photos stereoscopically. They didn't mention any particular one. They said they didn't see any evidence of alteration. The problem is David Mantic, in his subjective judgment, he has seen evidence of alteration. He's done stereoscopic viewing of the back of the head pictures, photos 42 and 43. They're color positive transparencies. And he says the middle of that picture where the hair is wet and clean and looks like it's been washed is two-dimensional. And the rest of the head all around that is three-dimensional. The trouble is that's a subjective impression. So we need, you know, if the deed of gift restrictions could be removed, we could have a panel of real experts study these photos again and hopefully not provide what was likely a biased opinion to please Robert Blakey.
Doug, were you able to confront Baden?
Oh no, here's what I'll tell you now, what I wanted to happen. And the person who shot the footage of the Dallas doctors over a decade and then provided that to Paramount Plus later, that person recommended that I debate him on camera, both sitting at the same table, both answering the same questions, live, unscripted. And of course, the danger of that is how are they going to edit it? But it would have been a lot better than what they did. So they decided, Paramount Plus, not to do that. That was a management decision not to do that.
Right.
And then the problem was that I provided a lot of pre-buttal answers to what I knew he was going to say. Pre-buttals. And all they had to do was ask him the right questions. I mean, we all knew over the years what his position is about certain things in the medical evidence. So I provided pre-buttals to those, reasonable objections or very strong objections that I thought were convincing. and they didn't ask him the right questions, or if they did, they didn't put it on film. And so my prebuttals were not even used. They
Well, when
could.
you were at the ARB, did you get a chance to really try to question him?
That didn't happen. We brought Andy Purdy in,
Oh God.
and that was a very frustrating experience, to say the least. That was about a 90-minute, 1 hour to 90-minute discussion with 4 or 5 of our staff members. I believe it was tape recorded, which is good. But no, we never did interview Bodden. We didn't need to, because he had given numerous television interviews after the HSCA, and his report was a public document. So, volume 7 is the medical evidence. And there's also some medical evidence discussed in volume 6, like
But he flipped. I mean, he flipped his views, and
he never flipped his views. I'll tell you what his damn views are. His views are nonsense. His views are that everything wrong with the autopsy can be accounted for by incompetence. That's the HSCA excuse for this mess that we have now with the medical evidence. That's nonsense. So the fact that there were 2 brain exams, one of the president's real brain and one of a substitute brain a week later, engineered by Humes and Boswell, who were present at both events, that's major medical fraud. That cannot be accounted for by incompetence. That's an act of commission. They knew what they were doing and they did it, and that's major medical fraud. And so the only photos in the archives today of the brain are not of Kennedy's brain, they're of the substitute brain.
well, I think
Michael. So what I'm saying is, no, we didn't interview Michael Bodden. Jeremy Gunn didn't want to do that, and we were too busy trying to interview the 10 people who were at the autopsy to interview that guy, because all of his positions were already in writing.
I mean, clearly Michael Bodden decided what was good for Michael Bodden, and if he had reached any other, as head of that group, if he had endorsed any other position, he would have not found himself so busy afterwards, and would have not been getting all those TV interviews. Right. So again, it comes back to this lack of courage. And honestly, when I confronted him in my class after the class, he just didn't say anything. He just looked at me.
Yeah, that's a
cop. What happened? Why? How could this not be? how could you say there was no shot from the front in the head? He just looked.
Well, he asked the big question. He asked Dr. Ebersol, the radiologist at the autopsy. He showed him the lateral skull X-ray. Now, this was recorded by a court reporter, and I've got the tape of it. I've got the audio tape too. He asked him, looking at this X-ray, where would you say the entrance wound is on the skull? And if you study the HSCA report, it's clear that Bodden expected him to say, oh, it's up high in the back of the head, where the red spot is in the photograph. That's what he expected Ebersol to say. On the tape, there's the longest pause in the history of interviews. The pause goes on and on and on and on. And finally, Ebersol says, well, based on what I'm looking at, I think it came from the side. Yeah, no shit. That's the right temporal entrance wound just in front of the ear that Michael Chesser has found in the skull X-rays. So that's what Ebersol responded to. So why do you think they decided not to publish the transcript of his deposition? That's why. They did not like that answer. They attacked his credibility after that immediately. Plus, of course, he said that there was a gaping occipital wound in the back of the head, and they didn't like that either. So that's kind of Michael Bodden in a nutshell. Look, he and Blakey took the easy way out because it gave them the conclusion they wanted. They bent over backwards to try to prove that Oswald did all the wounding of people in the car and the killing of the president. They bent over backwards to do that. And they were able to do that by saying, we're going to rely solely on the autopsy photographs in the record. And so that's what they did. So if you rely solely on the autopsy photographs, you've got a red spot high in the back of the head, and you say, well, that looks like an entrance wound, so we're going to decide that that's where the entrance wound was, and that the autopsy report is wrong. It really wasn't 4 inches lower than that. The autopsy doctors were incompetent. Well, that's the only thing the autopsy doctors really agree with each other on, is the location of the entrance wound, very low in the back of the head. So Baden chooses to ignore that. He decides they're incompetent. He goes with the photograph, and because he went with that photograph, the Clark panel, because the photograph shows a red spot high in the back of the head, the Clark panel, trying to please its master, Attorney General Ramsey Clark, the only radiologist on the Clark panel is Russell Morgan, and he decides, well, I'm going to look in the. I know what he did. He said, I'm going to look at the skull X-rays and see if I see anything that corresponds with that red spot in the autopsy photos. And he sees this skull fracture high in the back of the head, this dislocated skull fracture, and he decides to call that an entrance wound. So the Clark panel says, there's an entrance wound, with great specificity, as if there was certainty. There's an entrance wound in the lateral skull X-ray, which corresponds to the red spot in the autopsy photograph. The problem is, I want the few people that are still here today to hear this. The review board we didn't hire, they did pro bono work. We got 3 experts to look at the autopsy photos and X-rays before we did our depositions. They looked at them separately on different days, so they would not taint each other's answers. They all said, that is not an entrance wound in the back of the skull that Dr. Morgan said it was on the Clark panel. That's just a dislocated skull fracture in the back of the head. That's not an entrance wound. So Dr. Morgan is full of shit, but here's how Baden's reasoning went. He said, I see a red spot on the back of the head, and the Clark panel said there's an entrance wound in the skull below that. And I have brain photos that show the right cerebellum intact. So therefore, that means all the Dallas doctors are wrong. So, he took the easy way out. He's looking at misinterpreted lateral skull X-ray. He's looking at a red spot on autopsy photos of the back of the head, which no one who was at the autopsy independently ever talked about. The only reason Humes and Boswell and Fink talked about it was because the House Select Committee forensic panel forced them to talk about it. And when Humes and Boswell were first asked about the red spot in 1977, they said, quote unquote, that's no wound. And Humes said, I don't know what that is. It might just be a spot of blood. Boswell then speculated, well, it might be the end of a long laceration in the scalp. They both said that's not the entrance wound. It's where we said it was in the autopsy report. And then Fink later on said that's not the entrance wound also. So all the stuff the things I mentioned, the red spot in the autopsy photo of the back of the head, and the misinterpretation of the lateral skull X-ray by the Clark panel, which Baden piggybacked onto, the foundation of their conclusions falls apart completely. And of course, well, I'll just stop right there. Maybe I'm giving away too much about my lecture next week, but the deed of gift is so important because Mike Chesser, a neurologist, a brain doctor who's accustomed to looking at brain X-rays and skull X-rays, Mike Chesser, who's looked at the X-rays in the archives 3 times, says that what they published in 79, the House committee, is not what you see when you look at the X-rays. And I'm going to show the audience what they really look like when you look at them in person, because it's going to be quite instructive. So that's a big reason to get rid of the deed of gift right there. And the other one is to figure out the back of the head photos. What is that? Is that rearranged scalp that's been radically rearranged to cover up an exit wound in the back of the head? Or is it a photographic alteration? And I wasn't sure what was wrong with it when I wrote my book. I just knew I had no confidence in it, no faith in that image. And Mantic believes it's a photographic alteration because of his stereoscopic viewing. But I think you'd want a photographic panel to look at that independently, and a panel that's not chosen by the government.
Right. I mean, alternatively, just on a deed of gift, if we could get a bill like the Schweiker bill right now would invalidate the deed of gifts. So, you know, Congress could override a deed of gift if they wanted to, but I think that would be
If they had any courage.
right. Right. David, sorry
Right,
for
guys.
hijacking the as usual.
No, that's fuck. I'm used to it. I got the question here from Bill. He is having technical issues, but he just wanted to comment that 100 yards is not a long distance for the throat shot. He says, I will remind everyone that in 1967, Carlos Hathcock had a confirmed kill at over 2,500 yards.
Wow.
I also want to call on Ron Raquel. He had his hand up a while ago. Ron, did you want to go ahead and take it away? You had a comment? If Ron's still with us?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi,
Hi,
Ron.
Mr. Horne. I loved your interview with Dina Brugioni on the Zapruder film.
Thank you.
Opening up a can of worms. I was at the Lancer conference and Robert Grodin was there, and he said that the film was not altered, but I tend to agree with you completely that it was altered. And
Thank you. And I'm proud of that interview, but for reasons of copyright, you know, I was not willing to give the filmmaker, Shane O'Sullivan, I was not willing to give him my imagery of the Zapruder film scans made by my friends in California. Since that time, they've allowed me to post some of them. And so because of that, they're posted at a podcast website. Because of that, there's another documentary you ought to watch, and that is Image 313. The French title is L'Image 313, L'Image. And it's on YouTube. And so it's not only a recounting of the Brugioni chain of custody problem, but I gave the filmmaker this imagery that he was able to insert into the documentary. So that's about, I think it's about an hour and 7 minutes. It's well worth your time.
right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to reiterate that Doug is our keynote speaker for the symposium next week. He's going to be speaking on Friday and Saturday.
Wow.
He did email me his presentations. I'm not going to give a single morsel away, but I will tell you, I have already digested his PowerPoint presentations, and you guys are not, I repeat, not going to want to miss Doug's presentations. So either get your ass to Kansas City or get your ass on Zoom, because you're going to want to see it live. You know, I want to definitely send a shout out to Doug for being part of this today. And you're welcome to partake anytime. I know that there's a lot of people in the audience that are, you know, we started out with, 28 people, 29 people, and we still have 19 in the room. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, and the amount of information that you have and the areas of the research that you have personally touched and, have reiterated to us in your books and in the different films that you've been in, let's face it, they're invaluable. I know that, there's definitely demand for you to, to continue your research and to continue speaking. And I'm ecstatic that you're going to be at my college next week.
Well, I really appreciate it, David. And I'm really, fully energized and ready to do this. Even a month ago, I wasn't sure, even after I bought the plane ticket.
Well,
even though it was non-refundable, I wasn't sure, but now I'm sure. I'm really ready. I'm pumped. I'm ready to do this because it is time to pass the torch. And what I'm going to tell these young people next week is that I have strong opinions about a lot of the evidence, but that they should read all they can, all the books they can, all the articles they can, and then make up their own mind. They shouldn't take any one author, including me, or including David Mantik, or including anybody. They shouldn't take any one author and pin all of their conclusions on what one author says. They need to read as much as they can about this and then engage in independent thinking. And that's what I'm going to be trying to get them to do by getting their interest up in the, why were there 2 brain exams instead of 1, when normally that's impossible? And number 1, what's wrong with the skull x-rays? And number 2, what can we still learn from them? Which is quite a bit. And why would the House committee not publish accurate images of them? That's extremely disturbing. That's almost as disturbing as the assassination itself. Why would this congressional committee put in place to satisfy the American people's desire to know what happened? Why would they not publish honest images of skull x-rays? And I will, I'll provide the answer next week.
Well, maybe the answer to that, Doug, might be in the chief counsels as we went along. First you had Sprague, then you had Tannenbaum, and Sprague, what was the first thing he said? Look, I'm not going to sign anything here, confidentiality agreements of any kind. I'm going to, ask for the information. If not, I'm out of here. And then Tannenbaum basically did the same thing until they got to Blakey, of course.
Right. And as we all know, Sprague wanted to do a real murder investigation and assume nothing and start at ground zero. And a lot of people didn't like that. So he gets sacked. Tannenbaum, although I've learned some insider information about him recently from someone who knows him, although he hired Michael Baden years later, and now he's extremely disappointed in the job that he did. And I was really gratified to hear that, very gratified to hear that. So, Gaten Fonzie blew the whistle on Robert Blakey. His primary goal was to write a good-looking report. And it's clear, he tied himself in knots to try to support the single bullet theory with his stupid point aiming nonsense. By firing a bolt action rifle into the floor twice, dry firing it without putting it back up and aiming it at something and acquiring a target. And then saying there was enough time to do that. I mean, it's just fatuous. It's nonsense. All I can say is I would have loved to have debated Michael Baden. It would have made a tremendous program. But there were people who didn't have the courage to do that. And there were, there at a certain cable network, and there were, and I'm sure that if that had been on the program or had begun in front of a camera, I'm sure that he would have withdrawn from the program. That's my opinion.
David Knight, maybe we should see if we can arrange for that.
That
Wow.
would, I tell you what, that would be awesome. I mean, hell, I'd love to have it right here.
I'd have to have a debate. There might be a way.
Wow, I'd have to restrain myself and make sure I didn't use any sailor-like language on that.
That's the nice part about it. We're actually we're not censored here. I believe in freedom of speech first and foremost. I see Beverly. She's one of our other speakers next week. She's got her hand up. Beverly, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to see how excited I am to be able to actually be there and see you. And I did make a little change today. Unfortunately, I was going to be leaving early on Friday and wasn't. I went back. I changed my flight today. I'm now going to come back Saturday, even though I won't get to see Saturdays. But I'm staying all through Friday, and I'm not going to leave until Saturday morning. So I'm really happy about that. So I just thought I'd let you know that too. So
good.
Well, awesome, Beverly. I tell you what, the conference is going to be phenomenal. I've put together a incredible list of speakers, and everybody has, I feel that the Kennedy assassination, RFK and MLK as well, but our symposium that we're doing, it's not like going to a doctor, a general practitioner. We're all experts, and we're all specialists in our fields. And I think that with what we put together, I think that we're going to have coverage of several topics and several areas of interest Beverly's going to be talking on RFK. I've got Ryan Jones coming in for MLK. I'm going to be actually talking about all of that in one of my presentations, not just the 101s. That's to get us kind of started, but it's the fact of, what we've got going on. And I think the fact of bringing this, it is hard to bring this onto a college campus. You have to cut through a lot of red tape. There's, the fact of it is the event is being held at the college, but in no way, shape, or form is this endorsed by Johnson County Community College. We are basically just renting the facility, and I could have held this anywhere. I could have went to a hotel. Hell, we could have held this in a park. But I chose to do it on the college campus. And the number one reason why is, you have to bring this information to your audience. And our audience is not only just the general public, but it's in particular, it's the audience of the younger generation. And that means high school, college. I've reached out to high schools in the area, college, our college as well. And I know that David Denton, I know he's not with us today, but he has presentations in the past and hopefully in the future at Albany Central College. It's not easy doing what we're doing, but we had to definitely prove to them that we're not a bunch of tinfoil hat wearing, assholes. We're actually doing this to seek the truth and to bring the information in front of the student body, because it's important that they know what is going on in the past so they can understand what's going on in the future. And I can't think of anything better than to have the speakers, every one of you guys that have agreed. And I want to point this out. You guys are coming in on your own dime. I'm working on a shoestring budget. Luckily, I've gotten a few donations from some of our audience members. It hasn't fully paid the bills by any means, but I felt this was important enough to put up my own finances, and also David Denton helped out with finances as well, that this has got to be, this isn't just strictly a Dallas thing. This is a, government and world topic that still needs to be discussed and talked about. And I'm glad that, I've been told in the past that, and even Casey and Brian, I've re-energized them into, and several other, researchers energize you guys into, knowing the fact that you're not done talking. Okay. You still have information to give us. And it's one of those things where I look back on this, and I knew Doug was kind of on the fence, like he said earlier, but
he's fired up now.
I'm shitting bricks over here that he's coming to, Kansas.
Dangerously fired up. Yeah, dangerously.
He's coming to my college, and he's talking about the two presentations. And like I say, I've previewed them. Obviously, I'm just reading off of slides, but I tell you what, you're gonna kick yourself in the ass if you don't, find out some way somehow, either get there in person or show up on Zoom. And I've been, I feature all of my speakers when I talk to people, and I'm passing out. I mean, I'm doing the old fashioned, crier in the hallways. It's posted on the bulletin boards, but I'm going to the students and I'm handing them a flyer going, this is, I don't give a shit if you can't even pay to get in. It's $5 a day. If you can't pay, I don't give a shit. Open that door, put your ass in that seat, and open your ears so you can hear what's being said, so you can contemplate it and you can understand what's being done.
I want to second the comments of Casey and others. I want to commend you for all the work you have put into this and that you're still putting into it. I'm sure you're going to have a hell week ahead of you, all the final preps, but I really appreciate all your work, and sorry about the funding problems you're having. I imagine it hurts a little bit. So I'm glad you got a little help from David Denton and others. But I want to put in a word here for Beverly Sadowski. Her work in teaching all the essentials of the RFK assassination, all the problems with the evidence, is fantastic. And she's been teaching this in Cleveland to retired adults now for about 4 years, and she just gets better and better at it. She gets more and more information. And of course, now she's had to distill down a 6-week course into a 1-hour presentation, but she's a lifetime professional educator. So I have complete faith that she's going to reduce this subject down to its essentials without losing anything important.
And she
So
has a really
everybody-
interesting relationship with Burt Griffin, which
Oh yeah.
by itself is an interesting presentation.
Tell us about it at dinner Friday night then if she's going to stay. But Beverly's presentation on RFK is going to be fantastic, and I can't wait to hear Larry Rivera present, and you, David, and Brian, and all the others. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Beverly.
Thank you, Doug.
And yes,
Thank you.
Doug, thank you so much, Doug, for your kind words. And of course, you know how much I respect your work. So
Yes, I do.
Well, as a matter of fact, Beverly came to us to speak at the conference by the way of Doug Horne. And at one point it was just, because of conflict, she was just going to present on Zoom. And luckily she's able to be there in person as well. So I'm ecstatic. And the fact that you're staying later than what you had originally planned, that's music to our ears as well, because sometimes some of the best conversations we have, like I said earlier, isn't during the conference, but it's, at dinner, it's over drinks, it's throughout that weekend. And I would love to have been able, if I could have afforded to make this into a 3-day conference and have it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, or Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I would have definitely done it. But I think with the speakers, with the schedule we've got going, and the quality and the topics that we're going to be covering, this is going to be, I don't want to say this is going to rival, Dallas's conferences, because, I've been part of the Dallas conference for since 2008, 2009, being there every single year. And I'm telling you, we've got a lineup that competes and actually can compete over what's been done in Dallas. So I like to say, as a person of Project JFK, a student of the research, and the fact of, knowing most of you people and most of the researchers and speakers for as long as I have in 35 years of doing this, it's been something I've been wanting to do for the last, 10, 15 years. And it's finally come to fruition. It takes time, it takes effort, but you guys as speakers are supporting, me and also Brian and Casey by being here. And, it's obviously it's important enough to you to be able to talk to the students that, you guys have absorbed the costs of the travel and the stay to be here with us next week. And I can't thank you guys enough.
David, I just want to, obviously what you've just mentioned, but I want to reiterate what David Denton said at the last conference in Dallas, where this unity here with these researchers and becoming friends, and some of the best friends are here, and at these conferences, it just turns into the type of event, that you're just describing here. And it's because of the links, that we have with each other, on this type of topic, which is something that is so rare. It's something that it's a very, very small and lonely, club here, not even a club, but an organization here. And that, like you've been saying, that we depend on each other and exchanging information that the way that we've been doing. And like David said, that night he said, some of my best friends are right here. And how can you even go anywhere against that?
Absolutely. I mean, I have grown over the last 35 years. I always give out thanks to Casey for getting me involved in this. If I would ask myself, as a what, I think I was 14 years old when I first got into this. If I would have asked myself, would you think that you would have met all the people, done what you've done, and been part of this, 35 years ago, I would have told you, yeah, you're full of shit. It's not going to happen. But I've grown, and, I now can call a lot of you guys, most of everybody, colleagues in the fight for the truth in not only the JFK assassination, but also RFK, MLK. And it doesn't just stop there. I mean, you have to look at, I've always stated the fact, I think in 1963, not just as a nation, but as a world, we lost our innocence. And we thought things went one way, and instead we've learned over the last 61 years that, guess what? What we were told about in 1963 and going forward, they took and murdered our president, you know, in the streets of downtown Dallas at during the 12 o'clock hour, right in front of everybody. And they've been shoveling this shit down our throats for decades.
And got away with it. They got away
And
with it. They killed him. They executed him at high noon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Got
I
away
mean,
with it. It's terrible.
And they wanted it to be visible.
yeah, you couldn't make this shit up in a Western, but I mean, it's basically what happened. It was a showdown that happened in Dealey Plaza. And this isn't a movie, folks. I mean, this actually happened, and this has been affecting us. You know, I was born in 74, but this has affected me, even though I wasn't alive at that time. Why? Because I'm a student of history. And I have Casey Quillen to thank for that. Speaking of Casey, I see him still here with us. Brian had to leave early for a funeral, but Casey, you wanna throw a few comments in here?
Mr. Q? He's muted.
Mr. Q.
Unmute, Casey.
Okay. How
There
about,
you
how
are.
about now? Hello?
Yeah, we
we
can
got
hear
you.
you.
We got you.
I just want to point out a couple things here. Number one, I know not everybody that's online right now will be able to make it to Kansas City, but at the same time, Doug, we will toss some beer back on Friday night and probably drink a beer for Larry Schnapp, who can't make it. And
Okay.
and at the same time,
Hey, I might be, I'm gonna see if I can move some things around.
all right, buddy. And I'll tell you what, this is pretty phenomenal. And I know, God forbid, I'm 74 years old, and at the same time, my wife keeps asking me. She goes, "When is this going to be over?" And I said, "Not until the day I die." But
Yeah,
guys, thank you.
Casey, I know what you mean. I've said I am retired from this several times. It always turns out not to be true. I said my appearance at Pittsburgh last fall was it. That was my last hurrah. And here I am presenting in Kansas City in April. And I've been telling people this is my last hurrah. And, honestly, I can't really say whether that's true or not. It depends on what happens at the conference and what kind of connections I make and how I feel, later in the year. So some things grab a hold of you and they won't let you go. And I think that's what's happened to all the people who are speakers.
Well, I tell you what, Doug, speaking of that, I'm going to make it official. I'm inviting you and Beverly both to speak at the Dallas conference in November. So if you want to put it on your list of flipping a coin to see if you want to come, I know that myself and David Denton would love to have you guys in person in Dallas, and we can talk more about it as time goes by and as the months tick down. But obviously you are, and I know David kind of turned over the scheduling to me this year. I'm putting it out there that, I would love to have both of you, Beverly to talk about RFK and you to come down and talk on the JFK assassination. The offer is there. I'm not sending you a written invitation through the mail. I'll send you an email with more details and we can talk about it in Kansas City. David's going to be here as well. So I will tell you that, you guys are both invited to speak at Dallas.
Hey, David.
Wow, thank you so much. I mean, I'm absolutely thrilled that you would invite me. I'm telling you, I'm so excited about this because I've been wanting to speak to younger people and get this message so I'm just really thrilled. Thank you.
David, I just, while I got you here, I've been
go ahead,
trying to donate for about a week. I can't find how to donate on the website.
Oh, well, I'm going to do a quick share screen and that way we can show everybody.
Okay.
So give me just a sec.
Because every time I go on Project J, it's about us and stuff, but I don't see the donate link.
Well, let me show that for everybody.
To follow up on my prior.
Okay, so if you go to, when you type in projectjfk.com, you're on the home page.
Yeah.
Just scroll down to where it says help our cause.
Oh. Okay, there it goes.
So
Okay.
when you click the donate button, it will take you right
There you
to,
go.
and it says Brian Edwards. Obviously, Brian is our treasurer, so you can make a you can choose to make a one-time donation,
And
or
I
you
got
can
it.
make
I
this as
just
a monthly
I
donation.
did it before and I didn't remember. You
Fantastic.
didn't scroll
Yeah.
down far enough. Okay.
So yeah, and like I say, the money doesn't go in me and Brian and
I know.
Casey's pockets. I mean, what we do as far as like how we just paid the GoDaddy bill for for the year of the website. Obviously, and I'm honest about this. I'm a full-time student. I'm unemployed. I am barely skinning by the square by the by the skin of my teeth. But what I'm doing is, I know eventually I'll graduate next year in the spring and then I go into my career. But does that mean I'm leaving Project JFK and the research behind? Hell no. I've been doing this for 35 years and I'll continue doing it until the day I die. Hopefully it'll be another 35 years. But my family history, yeah, guys don't live in their 80s. So we'll just see what the hell happens with that. But for the length of time that I've been doing it, I've made really great connections. I'm excited, and this energizes me every month that we do a meeting, to figure out what's to do next. In 2018, we didn't have a website. We have a website. We're number one in the historical websites. We beat out the Sixth Floor Museum every single month. We beat out a lot of the other websites that are out there. And it's not just strictly by what we do, but by having J. Gary Shaw open his archives to us, by having researchers like Larry Rivera, Larry Snaff's information that he puts out, or that we put out of his information on the blog posts. What we do is why we are number one in this field. And I want to continue being that. We are I like to think of us as the one-stop shop. When you go to the website and you click on the affiliated website link, tab, it takes you to all the other websites. We're kind of I've been picturing this since 2018 as a central hub. When students get on here when students get to the internet and they're trying to look up something on the JFK assassination, they do a Google search. Guess what? They're open by million pages of information. They have no idea where to go to, but they go to Project JFK CSI Dallas's website, and guess what? They click on that affiliated website link page. It takes them to not only us, but the other websites we put on there that gives out the information that
this is an unpaid corroboration of what David said. As I'm putting on the final pieces of my presentation, my final slide, I was going to provide a website of my own with places to go, and I am now using just one URL, projectjfk.com. So I'm going to share that in the same spirit that you've just confirmed for me, which is your intention of making it, if you will, a one-stop place that people can jump off to get material. So thanks for confirming. I assume you're okay with me doing that, Dave.
Absolutely, Bob. Absolutely. I mean, there's other groups, and Lancers out there, the JFK Historical Group, obviously, even Kappa. I'm not excluding any of those groups. They're on the list because I think everybody, obviously we're all separate in different places, but separate different groups. But like the JFK Historical Group and us, we've been working together on projects of putting on conferences for the last couple years, 2-3 years. And I tell you what, there's still a place there where I was part of Lancer for years doing the AV work. But the websites that's on there, I like to think of the fact that these are websites that the students can trust to get the information from. And unfortunately, when it just comes to a Google search, you don't know what website they're going to. But if they have a central hub to come to learn of information, not only from us, but from the websites as well, that, I don't want to say that I screen them, but in a way I kind of do. There's some websites that I may not put up there. There's websites I may not put up until I actually have a time to go through and look at everything that they have. So I guess I'm a little sensory on that. But I think the fact of it is, in order to find the information, in order to start researching, which is what we want the younger students to do, they got to have a place to go. And I like the idea and the vision of Project JFK. This is where they need to come to. And then they can branch out from us. You know, we don't get paid from the other sites or anything like that. I do it because think of us as that for us old school guys, you know, think of us as the phone book for the JFK assassination. You know, we're better than a Google search because we've tried and tested and made true of the other websites that are out there. And, you know, I think of everybody that's, you know, helping us out as a big thank you and a great big thing of thanks for continuing to, you know, allow us to do what we're doing by bringing the information out there to the research community. So there's my soapbox statement, Larry.
Just a trivia question: Missouri or Kansas?
We're actually in, everybody that doesn't know, they should know now because the Kansas City Chiefs are in Missouri, but they may be coming to Kansas, the Royals too, but we're actually in Kansas City. We'd be south of Kansas City, Kansas on the Kansas side.
Okay, so you're on the Kansas side. Okay.
Yeah. We're in the state that weed is not legal yet.
It'll be high noon. It'll be high noon, not in Dodge City, but it'll be high noon in Johnson County Community College. So bring your guns and load them up, baby. Let's go. Thank you guys for everything. Appreciate it.
Thanks, I think I'm going to go ahead and we have been going for a little over 4 hours. So I think I want to bring the meeting today to a close. I'm excited about next weekend. I hope to see everybody either on Zoom or in person. Those of you watching this replay on our website and on YouTube, you know, come to the event and get the information from the quality speakers that we have. Support ProjectJFK.com. And again, I want to say thank you to everybody.
David, can you call me right now? I'm having problems making my donation. Could you please call me when this is over?
Yeah, absolutely, Larry. I'll give you a call as soon as we end.
Okay. Call on my landline.
I think I only have your cell, but do you have my number?
I don't know. Hold on, let me get it. Can you call me a landline? Just 212.
Hold on, let me grab a pen.
Not that the whole world needs to listen to this, but that's okay.
What's your number there, Larry?
212-876-3189. It's okay. It's my law office, so that, you know, it's out there.
Okay, I will definitely give you a call as soon as we end.
I've been trying, you know, for 10 minutes, and I'm like Doug. I'm going to be 71 this month, so.
Well, again, the replay will be up by tomorrow. And also I want to throw this out there, especially those that are in this meeting. People go on YouTube and they watch the video. If you can't find us on YouTube, you just go to the website, click on the events tab. And again, that's where all the replays are. If you click the little YouTube icon on the screen, it'll take you to the YouTube channel. Be sure to hit like, subscribe. But there's people that go on there that ask questions. And they especially ask questions of people that were in the meeting and, you know, they may not have been here and live, but they're watching on replay. Check out the comment section sometime if you have an opportunity, because they ask great questions, but unfortunately they don't get the answers because nobody goes and checks the, I won't say not everybody, but most people, they don't interact with it after we do the meeting, but they may have a question directly to you that you want to answer. And we do have a lot of students watch the replay on YouTube. When I say students, I mean younger people, 30 and below. So that's how we reach them. So they may have a question, but if we're not reaching back out and answering that question, either number one, they're not going to keep paying attention, or number two, they're going to think their question wasn't important enough to answer. So if you have the opportunity to answer that question for that person, please do so.
Bob Saltzman, good luck to you and best wishes for the conference that you're putting on, JFK 101, and April 20th? Okay.
That's right. Yeah. Thank you, Casey. It turns out that I ran into an issue with staffing for the AV department at Union College. And so I had to revert to bringing everything of my own. And in general, that's usually for you guys, a laptop and a projector. And I'm bringing a 16-foot screen, film projectors, slide projectors, audio, video, and everything. So it just weird how it unfolded. They just didn't have the people to make that happen. So I become a little bit of an AV nerd, similar to.
That sounds like me, Bob. When I go to do a conference, I grab a pickup truck, a minivan, or a full size SUV, and I'm loaded to the hilt.
To top it all off, David, yeah, you and I are birds of a feather with regard to being almost anally retentive about quality AV. And in addition to bringing all that, I bring 2 of everything. Yeah. Because there's no way that I'm going to be replacing a lamp in a projector in midstream. So I have 2 projectors of each type, 2 video projectors. The only thing I don't have 2 of is a screen. But I found this remarkable portable theater quality screen that is huge that I can set up on my own. So anyway, Casey, I'll be thinking of you guys as well next Saturday, and I wish all of you luck. And I know, Doug sounds like he is just so excited about what he's about to share that will be an event in and of itself. I've never met Bev before, but I've been intrigued by the RFK story. So at some point, I would like to catch up with that material. And I may have to bring one of Doug's books higher to the stack I have. I have a push down stack, and I never know what to read first. So it's a great conversation among everybody. What I find fascinating among this group and some others is there are differences of opinion, but they're all shareable with tremendous civility, and I learn way more than I divulge on these meetings. So for that, I thank all of you.
Bentley, you've got your hand up. What you want to add, Bentley?
Oh, thanks, folks. And I'm well aware that we're more than 4 hours in, so I'm just going to raise this, hoping we can talk about it at a future meeting. Even though, David, we're only 90 minutes away from your record, I think. So I just I know you're all familiar and probably all heard and again, not for today, but just if I raise this for future, the Rob Reiner podcast with Soledad O'Brien. I am aching to know what all of you think. I mean, he listed all those names in the last episode, and I've written that down, and I've done a deep dive and a rabbit hole on that, of course. So at some point, I'd love to hear what all of you think. You're of all of the people on this thing, I'm the least knowledgeable, but I'm extremely interested ever since I was a little kid. So if I could just maybe throw that as a possible bookmark for a topic, just because, the list of names and everything from how it starts, he lists locations, lists potential shooters, organizers, of course, Willoughby and Dulles and all that kind of stuff. So if that's of interest to anyone else, maybe next meeting or one of the next couple of meetings, if that's possible.
Yeah, Billy, I'd tell you what, I don't like to throw out homework, but I think most of us probably have listened to the entire podcast. And if you haven't, you can find it on YouTube. Just type in "Who Killed JFK" podcast, and we will discuss that. I think that's a good topic. We'll discuss that at one of our next meetings, either the one in May or the one in June.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely. And I want to also throw it out there that the Spotlight series is coming back in May and June with two of our books that we've talked about, the Admitted Assassin book and Chokeholds. So you aren't going to want to miss that. And as soon as I have a specific date for both of those, I will get it posted, and you guys will be getting the email for that to sign up. But yeah, definitely want to keep that in mind.
Bentley, notwithstanding the content of that podcast, in hindsight, I thought that it was very well produced. I think that the both of them worked with some production staff that understood their audience, tried to get the center of the bell-shaped curve, and regardless of whether you agree or disagree with any specific points, it had tremendous credibility just from its professionalism
Absolutely.
And the way that they produced it. And raised, of course, some interesting and controversial thoughts. So
we evidently it was going to be a Netflix series. They were trying to do something like that, but switch course.
Yep.
Actually, so we interviewed him for, the JFK facts, and he had a similar experience that happened with the Parkland doctors. not as egregious, but the person that was pushing at Netflix to make this into a TV program, when they lost their job, and then the powers that be decided that they didn't want this on on Netflix, so it became a podcast. But we do interview Rob and O'Brien as well separately.
Oh, good.
More on the Morley JFK facts, and you should know that it's largely based on Dick Russell's work.
Yes, I
Right?
understand that.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so there is some disagreements about certain principles, but as Bob said, it's the modern version of JFK from '91.
Oh,
We're never
okay.
going to have another JFK like that, but we think that
Yes.
we think the combination of the Parkland movie and the Reiner series, there was a lot more interest this time around, and we think we may be at one of those moments. And so when Doug gets there and fires up the kids, maybe we'll have the 2024 version of 1991.
Sounds good. Could I just add one thing of a humorous note? I came across a Bill Hicks clip on YouTube. He was a late comedian. I don't know if you've seen this, but he was calling out the Warren Commission, of course, and he talked about the Assassination Museum on the 6th floor, and he said, and it's incredibly accurate. If you go there, it's got it glassed around all these boxes, and he said, and it's totally accurate to the day because Oswald's not in there.
I have heard that Bill Hicks. I listened to a lot of his previous comedian shows, and yeah, he hit that one up pretty good. I remember I had a good chuckle when I first heard that.
And recently, the excerpt from that 1977 movie Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky Fried Movie, yeah.
Right. They had a 5-minute thing on the assassination, and that's worth watching.
Oh, great.
There's a new game. What is it called? I think it was a game. They made a board game out of it or something.
Yeah. I actually got the I know we're still going, but I don't know, probably 10 years ago, they brought out a Monopoly game where you could basically make your own Monopoly. And after I saw that movie, I was like, okay, guess what? I came up with JFK-opoly, and we played it at the Dallas conference, a couple years in a row. I would bring it, and, you, depending on which place which person was playing, they all got a kick out of it. But I did that for actually, taking it to the schools, and there was I gave a couple them away where the teachers would let the kids play that during school, but each one of the community chest or chance cards or the board itself and the tokens, it was all designed to the JFK assassination.
That's great.
Sometimes that's kind of the best way to
go on Facebook. Go on YouTube and Kentucky Fried Movie JFK assassination, and you'll get your little. It's really funny. I had forgotten about it till someone shared it with me.
If you get a chance, there was a movie called Fatal Instinct, and it had Armand Assante in it, and they do a courtroom scene with the JFK model and the JFK assassination. It's funnier in hell, but yeah, I remember that. I think that's what it is. The reason why this story hasn't gone away is between books, movies, the media as a whole, and the fact that we don't have the answers. I mean, it's constantly in our. I think it's ingrained in our psyche. And, I think that's actually a good thing because, even though, we don't want to get our JFK assassination information from Family Guy or The Simpsons, it puts it in front of the younger generation and the general public to where, it's something you always think about. But do you ever
But it's sad, David. It's sad that people have to go to those sources.
Exactly.
Right? They can't trust the government. And we can't forget Annie Hall. Woody Allen couldn't have sex with Elaine Eaton, right? Because he was worried about the assassination.
Brian has used that over the years in his presentation. God, he's used it several times, but it's always a funny skit when we get to that video, and Brian's like, play the video.
And then there was Seinfeld with the second spitter.
Oh my God. That was the best. The second spitter was hilarious. It was effective too.
You know, David, another item for your list in the future of maybe special events. I find that young people are asking me not about the Kennedy assassination, but indirectly because they've seen the octopus murders
Oh, yeah.
on American Conspiracy. And there's references in there just enough for at least some thinking young folks to think back on the previous episodes and go, And I can't tell you, I've had at least 4 or 5 people in the last month said, have you seen this yet? And I have to admit, I haven't. It's in my tray, but it's, whatever. So maybe there's some value in that becoming a topic. I don't know whether the octopus murders are in the.
There's one, it's like episode 3 or something. It's just a woman that says that she was shown what supposedly was the true version, and it's the driver turning around and shooting. But
right,
it wasn't about the veracity of what she was seeing. It was that there was someone out there claiming that I have access to something that no one else has.
Right. And so what intrigued me, because I've been doing this for years, is that when people say what movies should they see, I recommend that they see the Parallax View, the movie from Costa Gravas called Z. If you haven't seen Z yet, you should really watch that. Not only is it a classic movie, and it's subtitled, so you'd have to read the subtitles. But that was the whole point, Larry, is that there's only this little tiny direct reference in episode 3. And yet that was the reaction, which was, they were able to correlate it to the whole big thing about suppression of evidence and manipulation of witnesses and how the press responds to government and all these bigger issues. And I'm thinking maybe there's promise here, just the fact that some of these folks were making this correlation. But anyway, just me.
Watch the end of A Few Good Men, where Jack Nicholson goes off and he basically says, he says, are you going to go out there and protect that wall? Are you going to go out and protect this wall? I just wish you would just say thank you very much and go on your way. And when I hear that, I sit back and I go, wow, is that the Warren Commission? Is that Lyndon Johnson? Is that the entire United States government throw this back in our face? Just tell us thank you, pay your damn taxes, and go on.
Yeah, nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
That's like Curtis LeMay smoking a cigar in the autopsy room.
Yeah,
in the gallery.
I'll say this: I'm glad that we're not the status quo of going, okay, here's the story, and now you've been told, and you can live your life. No, hell no. We're asking questions, we're demanding answers, and we're seeking the truth. And I've been doing that for 35 years, and you guys have been doing it longer than I have. But I tell you what, it's what you got to do, because you can't just trust you can't just trust what's been out there. You have to do your own research. You have to make up your own mind. And, then at that point, can you come up with a thesis of what actually took place?
We're good, David.
All right. Well,
thank
I
you,
tell
guys.
you what, everybody,
Appreciate it.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for showing up. I hope to see you guys next week, and I will see you on the Journey meeting in the month of May. I will get that date picked out, and I will get the information up on the website, and the emails will go out. So again, safe travels for those of you that are coming in next week, and I'm excited as hell to see everybody. So have a great rest of the weekend, everybody.
Thanks for today. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Tremendous meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.